Good morning, Solar Decathletes. It's me, Amanda, again. Welcome to day 2 of the Design Challenge Finals. For 4 weeks, the jury reviewed your entries, and yesterday you rocked your world with your presentations. We got to see a variety of solutions and we got to see ideas from you for 6 building divisions. And today, we get to hear from the jury. We will hear about the results of these 9-month long decathlon, and the jury will give us their impressions. But first, we want to hear from a few faculty and students. We will hear from 2 students and 4 faculty leads, and they will be interviewed by Dr. Satish Kumar. Satish recognized the need for net zero buildings and for including building science in our education over 15 years ago, and had been making it happen with his triple sector leadership since then. He is the president and executive director of AEEE, and his vision and support has helped us establish and grow Solar Decathlon India into what it is today. Satish, over to you.
Thank you, Amanda, and an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here and interacting with some of the students and faculty members who have participated in Solar Decathlon India for this year's iteration. We know that both the faculty members and the students are the heartbeat of this program, and it is an absolute pleasure to be interacting with them. So for this year's, we have 4 faculty members and 2 students. So let me just introduce them right away. I'll start with the students first. We have Sana Paul, a final year student of Bachelor's in Architecture. She was the team lead of Team Meraki, finalist of last year in office category, and Team Shakh of this year from Jamia Millia Islamia. She is interning with conservation architect Ms. Gurmeet S. Rai and working on projects in Kashmir. She has interests in sustainability, cultural and material studies, and psychology. Sana Paul, welcome to this program. Saksham Khetwani is a third-year architecture student at Jindal School of Art and Architecture, actively also known for being the lead of the team builders. Though he tries to encourage himself to look into design decisions from an architect's perspective, but being a enthusiast, he usually inclines towards the how potentiality of something. Nevertheless, it is his affable qualities that act as brownie points for him to ideally fit him into any situation. Welcome, Saksham, to the program. Then we have architect Aparna Rahul Metras, and she is an environmental architect and an IGBC accredited faculty, having 21 years of professional and 10 years of teaching experience. She has her architectural practice in partnership as Maya Design Studio based out of Pune. Currently, she is head of the department for the Masters in Architecture, Environmental Architecture at D.Y. Patil School of Architecture, Lohegaon in Pune. She has received the Best Teacher Award by Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University in Architecture for Teaching, Research, and Administration in 2018. Welcome, Aparna, to the program. Then we have Dr. Asad Sahir, and he's an assistant professor in chemical engineering at IIT Ropar. His previous professional experience involves working, at the U.S. Department of Energy National Renewable Energy Lab and at Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited's Research and Developmental Center. He earned his PhD from University of Utah. Welcome, Dr. Sahir, to the program. Then we have Professor Anand Achari, who has been working as an architect in India and teaching students of graduate and postgraduate courses in architecture for the last 22 years. His primary focus of teaching is towards environmental architecture and sustainability. He has been a head of department of postgraduate course at University of Mumbai for 7 years and a teaching and has been teaching graduate students at various colleges of architecture in practicing green building certification, and especially in green building certification for the last 15 years. Um, Also, he's currently a USGBC faculty and a fellow at Indian Institute of Architects and a member of World Society of Acoustics, Greece. He's pursuing his PhD from IIT Bombay. I wish you all the best in getting your PhD, Professor Achari, and look forward to interacting with you. Welcome. And then finally, we have Professor Rajsekhar Elangovan. He's an associate professor at IIT Roorkee at the Department of Architecture and Planning and joint faculty at the Center for Transportation Systems. He's an architect specializing in building physics. He's currently researching in the areas of thermal stress and energy demand reduction in built environments. So what a pleasure to have all six of you on the panel. And what I am going to do is over the next, let me,
Yeah.
hold on.
So am I audible?
Yes, Aparna, you are audible. Yes.
Yes. Good
Um,
morning.
Good morning. So what I'm going to do is that over the next maybe 45, 50 minutes, I'm going to be, I think, seeking your inputs, and primarily in terms of like how Solar Decathlon India has influenced you as a student and as a faculty member. So maybe what I'll do is that I'll start with the students. They are the heartbeat of this organization. So I will start with Sana, and I will, I think, start with this question that how has Solar Decathlon India changed you as a student, as a budding professional, as an individual? I think before you entered into the Solar Decathlon India program, and as you have experienced, I think, working in this program. So describe and share, I think, some of your experiences as you have gone through this. Sana, we can't hear you. I think, Sana, we can't hear you. Maybe you are on mute. Yeah, yeah. No, we can't hear you. So maybe I think, Saksham, while we fix some of the IT-related issues with Sana, can you maybe start and respond to the same question that I asked Sana about your experience of working, I think, in the Solar Decathlon program and how that has changed you?
Hello all, and thank you so much, Dr. Satish, to making me part of this event today. Talking about my personal development, I mean, there's a long list that goes on and on. But number one would be, especially because I was the team lead of the team, The Builders, which was we were participating in the educational section. Uh, the one thing that I learned was management skills, and management skills is the only key to success any project, because any project works with a team, and to gain that strength of the team you need to know how to really manage that team. So that management skill, because this was also first time I was actually was taking part in the real design build competition, and uh, and I really got to know that what it entails, like what the really design build competition entails, and what are the different layers of it where it works. So yes, development of management skills was number one. Secondly was also that how can that because of my own project, the builders was doing, it was a very community sensitive project. So I myself became really sensitive towards the community and started thinking about how I can incorporate the community itself within my practice in future, and how there should be also social sustainability, not just ecological sustainability while doing any, while in personally in my practice. The next thing would be for how to really manage your time, but also with time how to do collaborations with people. So you might not be an expert in every field, but you have people who are expert in all those fields. So you collaborate with them, you call them up, and then you sort of learn from them. So peer learning, learning from experts. So I think that's a whole sort of learning, and the list goes on and on.
Satyam, absolutely wonderful. I think a couple of things. Solar Decathlon India is a very, very interdisciplinary program and competition. And I think I'm delighted that you highlighted that as a learning process, that it's not just what you know, but what you can also learn from your peers and from your teachers and from all the learning resources. I think that Solar Decathlon India makes available. And also, I think the point that you made about that as a professional, you are learning to look beyond the building itself, because so many times we are just focused, I think, on the building, but looking at the big picture, looking at your community, looking at how climate is impacting not just the buildings, but the cities. I think these are some of the really important things, and that any student, I think, going through this program should learn. So delighted to hear about that experience. Now, Sana, you know that I think the kind of feedback that Saksham is providing is also very helpful for the organizers, because we do listen to these kind of inputs and suggestions that students are having, and that also helps us to refine and keep developing the program. So I would request you to share sort of like your experience, just I think the way Saksham did, and that would be also, I think, very, very helpful for us, all of us.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, Sana, you are absolutely perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So, my journey started in the first solar decathlon competition, which happened last year. It was very new to me, and I was reading about it, reading about everything that the manual had in it. So, I sort of uh, passionately wanted to learn about sustainability, and and because of the pandemic we were at home, and there was not much interaction with the teams and everybody. So what you do is you just read, or you just learn, or you just watch. So there was this UN competition also of tide turners, and we had a subject of making a sustainability report uh, on our city where we were residing. So all that I had learned in solar decathlon, the cues, the contests, those 10 contests I used in my presentation that I made on. So I am a resident of Hoshiarpur, Punjab. So I made a sustainability report on my city, where are my resources coming from, how much carbon footprint I am generating, my dal is coming from somewhere else, my things that I'm using daily are coming from somewhere else. So that all I mapped out, and I really made all those 10 contests in my report visible. So I think because of solar decathlon, I really learned about what sustainability actually is. uh, i was I was very much I am very much interested in conservation. I tried to my thesis guide tried to make me understand that conservation and sustainability, they are not different, they are actually the same leaves of the same tree. So if you are saving something, you are actually reducing the carbon footprint of not so it is reuse only, it is recycle of recycling of building or anything. And I think I dearly want to work in this field because I think I passionately want to save my planet, and I want to like here I am in Kashmir sitting, and I see the dull half of it is beautiful, and the other half of it is just people throwing garbage and everything in the river. So if you really experience it, it is like you want to save it, you want to save the planet, you want to save the beauty of everything. So I think it started where I joined solar decathlon, and I learned about all these things. And environment and earth at the center. So that was my experience.
So now, so wonderful to, I think, hear about your experience and your passion. I can assure you that country will need professionals like you. I think in terms of the challenges that we are facing and also the opportunities that are opening up for people who are going to be skilled in sustainable building design and net zero energy building design and have the ability to be part of the team to do integrated building design, which will be the need of the hour. I have just a very quick, short follow up question. You have worked on Solar Decathlon India for 2 years. What was
Yeah.
sort of like your learning in the first year, and what I think, how did you enrich yourself, or I think you extended your knowledge by working in the second year? What was the difference that you observed, I think, while working on the first year and in the second year?
So in the first year, I was completely clueless about the 10 contests. Water is so much important in our building construction, and materials are so important. So before uh, last year, it was all the global materials that we use. But when I learned about EPS that we used last year, EPS is a very new material, and when I learned about it and how much green is important in a building, so all these things I learned in my first year of Solar Decathlon. So like I was the team lead, and we had students from masters also. So I wasn't really aware of all these things. They were. In my second year, that is this year, I was the most senior, and we had juniors also in our team. So I think I could have given them an output where to start. So in the first year, I was very clueless where to start. I didn't know where to start, but now I know where to start and where to go. So this was
Okay.
my learning.
So, Sana, I can tell you that I mean, you are already playing the role of like a mentor and a manager, and I think these are some of the experiences that go beyond, I think, what you are learning as a sustainable building design professional. And when you come into the practice and when you start to work, I mean, some of these softer, or they are called power skills these days. They are not called soft skills; they are called power skills. So I can assure you that you will also be able to deploy some of these things. So thank you, and wonderful to, I think, hear from both you as well as Saksham on your kind of journey and how I think Solar Decathlon India has improved you as a professional. Maybe I'll just turn to some of the more experienced people on this panel. And I think as we were all listening to Sana and Saksham, I would also like all of you to reflect on your journey because I'm assuming that most of you have been involved with Solar Decathlon India for the last 2 years, and how the Solar Decathlon India has changed you as a faculty member. If I think if all of you can share that, and also I think we all understand that we know that integrated building design, we keep talking about this mantra, and I think this is how all buildings need to be designed, but we also know how hard it is, I think, in practice to actually accomplish this. So maybe I think in terms of what has been your kind of like gratifying moments, what are the things that has really challenged you, I think, at times, and what are some kind of eureka moments that you may have experienced from time to time. So maybe I'll start with Professor Achari and request him to share his experience on working on the Solar Decathlon program.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Satish. Um my initial involvement on Solar Decathlon happened actually when I was part of the IIT Bombay team of Team Shunya, which participated in the International Solar Decathlon France. And that time I was helping many of the students there, undergrad and postgrad students. And it was a beautiful experience where the entire different discipline people came together. That challenged me And when Solar Decathlon India happened, I said this is a time where you can actually implement at the institution. And at Vivekananda Mumbai, we have been approaching this integrated approach since last 4 years in our academic level, in right from the second year, third year, fourth year students. And this strengthens the entire approach what we are working. What is needed in the fraternity to change about where consultants needs to be on board from day one and start working as a team. And that how do you I was part of the charrette conductors, where we could get all consultants on a board on one room for 1 week, thrash out and debate and discuss and evolve out a better design. And that this project, the Solar Decathlon, as an approach, as a system, as an thought process, it works very well, and it helps the like Saksham spoke about that organizational skills, where in the education system, when we see compartmentalized teaching, subject based and others, this gets us together to make the students work together, make the subjects integrate at the initial levels. So it was a beautiful experience uh, working with this particular team who had participated.
Thank you, Professor Acharya. I think it's really nice to see the synergy, I think, between what you are describing and what students like Saksham are imbibing. Because I think at the end of the day, I think this is a guru and shishya relationship, I think, which is so critical. And the role that I think all the mentors and all the teachers are playing in this Solar Decathlon India is absolutely critical to both the evolution as well as the success of the organization. So maybe moving on, I will request Aparna from DY Patil School of Architecture to talk about, I think, how do you think your teaching pedagogy has changed over a period of time, I think, that you have been involved. And if maybe you can highlight one or two specific things that you have been able to imbibe, I think, as a result of the experience and the learnings that you are having, I think that will be super helpful, Aparna. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Satish sir. Good morning, everyone. So, yes, it has been a, I will say, enthralling experience working with Solar Decathlon. From DY Patil School of Architecture, 4 teams for the first time we participated this year. I was a faculty member for one of the team, and there were a few other advisors. So the experience throughout these past 9 months has been uh, the journey was not so easy, because when we started we did not know how to approach the things, how to, the students were not into that mode. They just participated. Okay, yes, there is a competition and we should participate. But as the things proceeded, as they went through the learning management systems, they saw the recordings and the videos, and they understood the depth of the whole competition. That is when I think nearly when the second deliverable was happening, that is when things actually were pushed up, and they thought they understood the seriousness of it. And that is how 2 teams qualified for the final. And for us, all the faculty members, I was having a discussion with the other mentors also. So now our teaching pedagogy has been into, we are looking at more collaborative efforts, and we are thinking of understanding the importance of inquiry based learning. So it's not, as a teacher you are not now limiting yourself to just providing knowledge. It's making the students, as Saksham said, Sana said, that now you have to be very good into managing things, managing your time. And as I said, a more collaborative approach is required, because for us, we are all architects here. So when you work in practice in industry also, the collaborative approach is what is going to be very, very important. And apart from that, as I said, journey was not easy. We were working hard, and the students understood the project feasibility. So as a teacher, you are more involved in giving them the theoretical knowledge and the theoretical aspects. But because of Solar Decathlon, I'm sure they have understood the importance of working with the industry partners, and how the project feasibility, the costing becomes important. So it's not just your design, all the interventions, you have to actually deal with the real world. So all these discussions with our various industry partners and project partners help them understand these things. So yes, as a faculty mentor also, we will be looking into all these aspects, and we are incorporating it into our teaching pedagogies and our curriculum also. So yes, it was an amazing experience.
So, Aparna, thank you so much for, I think, sharing this experience, and the fact that two of your teams have actually made it to the short list, I think, is a testament to the, I think, really some amazing work that you must have done with the team. Because, as you know, I think competition is tough in Solar Decathlon
Yes.
India, and I think it's not easy to get shortlisted for the final grand design challenge. Moving on, I will move to Professor Alangovan, and uh, how has your experience, I think, just elaborating on the same question, how has your experience been? I know that you have been participating for the last 2 years, and you have had people both from a bachelor's and master's program part of your team. And also you have come from the industry side of things before you entered the academic area. So, so Professor Anandan, if you can share, I think, some of your experiences, how I think Solar Decathlon India has helped you, I think, grow, and what are the challenges that you have faced, and how you have tried to solve it in partnership with the students.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. I can say a couple of things here. Number one, since you said, from industry to academics, the concept of design charrettes sitting together and resolving problems across engineering disciplines vis-a-vis architecture. That is something very unique and practical, which is difficult to implement in an institutional setup. Though in IIT we have different engineering departments teaching in architecture, though we have that probably you know uh, extra edge in IIT system, but still sitting together with students resolving a single problem has always been a challenge because everybody focuses on their stream. And informally things have been happening. There are clubs, there are robotics clubs, there are automation clubs where people from different disciplines sit together and do things. But I have been always looking at why not something for design, why not something for buildings. We have been doing this informally, but I guess it was Solar Decathlon which formally brought students. In fact, I was surprised in the first, probably the first batch, last year batch, where I guess there were people from chemical engineering, there were people from metallurgy. These were departments I wouldn't imagine would come forward in a building design program. I always thought of civil, mechanical, but not more than that. So it also was an eye opener from that side. Plus, students from architecture, they have a passion for analytics and engineering flavors, and that is what we see in IIT. And in a view, I also see that they now are more tuned for applied engineering in architecture. I think there are no boundaries in today's industry. So, in my view, there are now students looking towards metallurgy, people who are looking towards robotics, but not purely from the engineering perspective, but they see what we can do for the buildings. So, this is something, a nice connect that Solar Decathlon has developed. As for what I could share within the IIT system, but in general, there are two things I wanted to mention. During this pandemic, I have seen two batches at least, which has registered and worked at least for Solar Decathlon. I have seen that this has generated a good momentum in these students, which otherwise, as a teacher, I can be very honest. In teaching online is not a very good fruitful experience or a productive experience, I should say. But things like Solar Decathlon immediately brings everybody on board. I would not see the same kid in the class, but just after the class, they would all turn up for the discussion. So that's something we should agree what an event like this brings about. Number two, like we see certain advantages in the technology institutes or engineering institutes teaching architecture versus pure architecture schools. We have engineering versus architecture, but I think Solar Decathlon kind of evens out the platform for everybody. Now every institute more or less has an ability to reach out. It's not difficult, but now I'm saying there is a platform where students have been able to do, faculty members have been able to do. In that sense, it is a national realization that Solar Decathlon has brought in. So thanks to AEEE and Professor Vaidya and his team. So I'm really happy for this, and I wish we scale up better heights with interesting problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Langovan, and I think it's definitely a team effort. I think while IIHS and AEEE under India US Science and Technology Forum has helped create the platform, but it is really, I think, the team under Professor Prasad Vaidya, the young volunteers, I think, who are uh, becoming kind of an enabling means. वो मतलब एक साधन है, माध्यम है हम लोगों के लिए. And I believe, I think the chief protagonists are, I think, the people who are on this call. I think the faculty members and the students, I think, who are really the stars of, I think, this particular program that we are running. And it is absolutely so gratifying to hear, I think, the experiences. Welcome, Dr. Sahir. I'm very happy that I think whatever glitches you were facing, you have been able to resolve, and you are able to participate. So we are discussing with a select group of faculty members and students who have been participating in the Solar Decathlon India, some for the last 1 year, some for the last 2 years. And what I would like you to share with us is that how Solar Decathlon India has, I think, it changed you as a faculty member, how it has challenged you. I think what are the things that you have learned, and how have you been able to kind of like evolve your teaching pedagogy in terms of your style of teaching that has been influenced. So if you can maybe share that, I think briefly with all of us, that will be very helpful. So over to you, Dr. Sahir.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and my apologies for the glitch that happened over there. And really, it is, I would say, I would like to compliment the organizers, Solar Decathlon India, the efforts which are being made by Professor Vaidya in having this competition being conceptualized. So the thought process began when I was working as a postdoctoral researcher at National Renewable Energy Laboratory, where we were seeing people from the United States participating in this competition at the National Renewable Energy Laboratories campus over there. And having a competition like this in India was a very significant opportunity for me as an energy systems researcher. So my focus has been primarily on energy systems, whether it is coal, petroleum, biofuels. But this opportunity for Solar Decathlon India brought me more into the renewable space and helping that how we can address a very significant problem, especially in India, where there's a lot of potential with new buildings coming up, energy efficiency becoming a major concern, and rather the recent heat wave, which has really been, if I may say, a knock on the door to all of us as a community, whether it's in the architectural side, from the engineering side, that we need our students, we need our future engineers to be better prepared for this opportunity. So for me as an educator, I think that the significant, I would say, blessing has been that it has connected students across India. So in our current formation, we have got students from 6 different institutions. Out of which only about 33% are from our current team at IIT Roper. And what it has introduced me is the breadth of amazing talent which is across India. We just need a challenge, we just need a competition and a platform like Super Decathlon India so that they can showcase their skills. So even if a team cannot be conceptualized by its own students, but even by bringing students from disparate colleges, we have tried to explore and make an attempt in this edition that how the wealth of talent, and if given the opportunity, if given a structure like the Solar Decathlon India to think about these 10 optations, can really create a major impact on education.
Thank you, Dr. Sahir. And I think you talked about the amazing talent that exists in the country, and some of that talent is on show, I think, in this session as well. So I think absolutely you are nailing it when you are saying that I think we need to have more outlets, more kind of like platforms that give vent to the creativity, to the analytical skills, to the design skills of the design and construction community to showcase, I think, what is possible, I think, in India. So very, very wise words, I think, on that front. I think as we have just completed our first round of kind of like discussions, a couple of things that I think is clearly emerging. I think this whole topic of interdisciplinary teams and design teams are coming together to solve some of the most complex issues and challenges that the designers are going to face, that the policymakers are going to face, and the private sector is going to face, I think, as we move forward, as they come up with solutions. And I can just narrate my experience that I think Amanda mentioned that I think I have been very interested in this curriculum enhancement and interdisciplinary design. And part of it is also because of my PhD education now from Carnegie Mellon, where even though we were working in building science, I think that was my primary focus. But we were asked to work and deploy computer science and C programming and public policy, I think, as part of that PhD program. And I just felt that I think it's a way of, I think, learning and teaching and experiencing that will be absolutely, I think, needed as we try to solve the larger issue of climate change problem that or heat stress problem that India is going to experience very soon. So I think that is one side of it. But the second side is also that AEEE and I work in the policy area. And I think some of the issues and challenges that we see is related to the same kind of issues that I think all of you are facing and trying to overcome. I think this siloed approach, I think, where a mechanical engineer is only going to be dealing with the designing of the air conditioning system and not going to get too much involved in terms of how building envelope is going to get designed, or I think how piping and ducts are going to actually interface with some of the other utilities. So, I mean, these are some very basic things that we feel must be overcome. And the same thing is happening when we are talking about the way building energy codes are getting developed, or the way you are seeing that affordable housing is getting designed in India, and some of the challenges that they are facing in terms of other ministries not moving at the same speed at which I think we believe that all the ministries need to be making it a priority. So the next generation of professionals, I think, who are going to come out with this kind of experience have to push, I think, the government machinery, the private sector, that integrated building design and kind of working in a multidisciplinary manner is the only way we are going to solve, I think, these kind of complex problems. Otherwise, I think even one part of the puzzle moving at a slow speed is going to actually slow the whole process down. So this is a very, very important, I think, learning that I think all of us are having through Solar Decathlon India program. And I would encourage, I think, all of you to keep pushing on this, because to me, this is one of the significant challenges and barriers I think we are facing in our decarbonization journey. and the speed with which I think India need to move forward on this front. So I think that's just a little bit of my experience, but I want to come back to one theme that I have seen, which is again I think the interdisciplinary and the learning that is happening across I think different teams. So there are three aspects I think that I want to put on the table. One is I think working I think within and across teams. I think that's something. So you may be working you may be an architect, you may be working with an HVAC engineer, you may be working with a computer science or like a tool developer or something, you may be working with an economist or project manager, I think with that. And that is, I think, one challenge. The second is that, of course, I think the team part, and the second I just talked about is the across disciplines that I just described. And the third element is the working with the industry. I think when we were doing our architecture like 25, 30 years ago, we were always intimidated that, oh my gosh, I mean, I don't know anything about industry. I think what kind of materials, what kind of solutions, what kind of energy management system, what kind of controls I am going to, I think, see when I move into the real world. And here, I think again, you guys are exposed. I mean, different teams are getting exposed in a different manner, but we have real problems, real kind of like design problems that you are working. You have industry mentors and others. So I will again go back and maybe I think request people to limit their comments to maybe a couple of minutes so that we can get around to all the people. And again, I'll start with the students that working across teams, working across disciplines, and working, I think, with industry. I mean, these are some of the hallmarks of Solar Decathlon India. I think apart from the 10, I think, themes that you have to work on. So share your experience, I think, in terms of how I think this has enriched you or how this has challenged you, I think. And maybe I'll start with Sana this time. And Sana, if you can just let us know that on these three things, what are some key takeaways for you?
Okay, for the first one, for team working across teams. So in my fourth year, I was also working in teams in class academics also. So that was not an issue working with 15 others in Solar Decathlon. Uh, what I took away was that you cannot go alone. You always have to go take people along with you. You cannot be alone. Even if you go alone, there won't be outcomes which can get when you go with everybody else. So you should take everybody along with you. For the second one, working across disciplines, what I did not understand that time was how much can we rely, how much can we expect from other disciplinary people. So like how much can we rely on mechanical engineers or civil engineers on their outputs on the design. So that is a very big issue. Nobody tells us how much can you expect from other disciplines. In third, working in industry was in academics, we paint a very happy picture. Our designs are flourishing, flowery with fauna, flora, and everything. But when we go out, it is not like that. So, balancing that out is very difficult. And I haven't learned because right now I'm interning, I'm exposed to the industry for the first time. So I really don't have much experience in it, but I want it to be a good one. I want to do something
Okay.
which is also a happy picture in the industry.
Thank you, Sana. And I think the way you described, I think sometimes industry asks you very tough questions or very banal questions. I think they will keep coming back to cost. They will keep coming back to practicality and
It's
other
always
things.
about
And
cost.
yeah, and it's like you say, ki, why are you, I think, chaining me? I think, why don't you allow my creativity to, I think, take wings and those kind of things. So really, I think important, but it's also important, I think, as a student sometimes to get this reality check done. I think the early stage,
Very
and
true.
I think that's Saksham. What are your takeaways? I think on these three aspects.
I would just say a word that is working as an office, and all three things would come under that. working across teams. Yes, in offices you need to collaborate, you need to really be exclusive and inclusive of every design that you are doing, and bringing in multiple experts and industry experts to feed into your design. One more thing that I would like to add on here is the importance of the project partner, which is the client here. And so all these three layers that you have talked about, they are really to fill the goal of the project partner, the client. So being the team lead of this team, or maybe in future being the architect, you feel that you have the authority to really decide everything. You are the one who actually decide on the multiple factors and how the project would be. You feel it's your project, but I have realized it, but it's not. It's the client's project. It's their project. It's how they take it. And to do that, they have to really trust these multiple layers of learning that we are talking about. They have to trust the industry partners. They have to trust the multiple the disciplines. And you are just a better composer, as to speak. You're just composing that. And I would like to highlight the institution that I come from, and they follow the same pedagogy, the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. So we follow the same pedagogy, where we see the built environment through different lenses. And very similar to Solar Decathlon, like how there are 10 contests, and you can make your future, you can make your career in all those 10 contests. And I think sky is the limit in every contest. So you can go as deep as you can in every kind, be it resilience, be it design, be it engineering and operations. So that's what we also follow. So we also have a real time client in every project. So we deliver the project. So seeing a project as a whole, that the Solar Decathlon has really encouraged, that it is not just a design project, it's a design build project. You have to deliver it. You have to really grow. You have to really you have to layer every hierarchy which is there, and deliver that project. So yes, working across the disciplines and working with the industry, and that three things which makes you office ready and that makes you industry ready. So yeah.
Saksham, absolutely, very, very impressive. I think the way I think you put it across, and I think you are lucky that I think you are at a institution that is encouraging students to go for these kind of learning and application. Just moving on to the educators, I think one of the things that I would like you to address is that how important do you think are such practical experiences that we heard from Sana and Saksha? And do they really help in kind of a classroom or academic teaching? I think that you folks encounter a lot. Or do you think that such experiences or putting so many areas on the plate of the student can burden them or can distract them, and that may not be a good thing. So maybe I'll start with Aparna, and I would like to know your views first. I think on what is your kind of take on the way I think we hear Sana and Saksham describing their experience.
Yes, so I actually agree with Sana and Saksham. See, first of all, when as educators we are talking more about, as I said, the theoretical knowledge, we are more busy in providing the theoretical aspects of the and completing the syllabus. But now, when it comes to these competitions, I agree. Yes, it puts a lot on the plates of the students, but then the best wins. So you have to really put your best foot forward when you are working on it, and that is how you have to do when you're in the industry, when you are working in a professional field, when our students are going to go back and work with the professional partners. So the industry partner interactions help them to achieve all these things, and it's not easy in such a competitive market to be just go out and work with the theoretical knowledge and approach. Your approach has to be definitely practical. Now, I'll give you an example, very small example. When we have the site selections, when we work on a project in the institutes or as an educator, so sometimes the site area is so huge that the practical aspect, the feasibility of the site is not understood. But now with these kind of competitions, the students understand that you cannot just go out and say, okay, this is what I want to take up as a site. No, you are working for somebody else's, you are working on somebody else's money, you are spending someone else's money, so you are going to be more responsible for it. So that responsibility factors comes together with the practical approach. So yes, that
Okay.
is what I would like to say.
No, thank you, Parna. And I think this responsibility, I mean, managing someone else's money, I think is
Money.
a pretty big responsibility that any profession kind of accords to its practitioners. So thank you
Yes.
for highlighting, I think, with that specific example. Maybe like a quick 1.5 minute intervention. I would go with Dr. Sahir. I think same thing. How do you see, I think, your experience in terms of classroom teaching and students getting exposed to this multidisciplinary style of working?
Thanks a lot, Sana, Sakshim, and Dr. Aparna for the nice comments, which have, I would say, created an opportunity for me to share one more aspect. When it comes to multidisciplinary work, I think Solar Decathlon India, at least I've been a mentor for about two contests now, and I may express that it is perhaps providing a real-time workspace where I would say significantly early on in a bachelor student's career, maybe year 2, year 3. And if I may just extend an experience that when I was working as a chemical engineer at a refinery, that each unit is connected to one another. The concept of systems engineering typically comes in the final year or its consequences when you spend a year in the industry. Here, an interesting thing happened that we have a team of architects and engineers. The architects work hard, come up with the best design, and the engineering is lagging behind. So now there's a creative tension which is happening that we can see now things that the engineers more so want to innovate, and that balance of power, if I may say, or that how they would synergize with each other is and that creative tension that happens with an interdisciplinary project is coming on much earlier on the learning schedule than is perhaps expected after they graduate or so. When it comes to handling those creative tensions, then students also start developing an empathy and understanding that how different disciplines are important and respect those disciplines. Like Sana was or Saksham was mentioning over the concept of I would say having an authority on your project. So how do you utilize that authority? How do you use it as a persuasion mechanism to build teams? That is something that I think that I really appreciated in this edition when we were working with especially a very wide multidisciplinary team.
Thank you, Dr. Sahir, for again, I think, sharing your views. Maybe I think I'll just make a slight twist to that, and before I come to Professor Achari, that do you think that the gaps, we are aware of some of the gaps, I think, in the current education system, and do you think Solar Decathlon India could actually be helpful in addressing some of the gaps, I think, that you find, I think, during your traditional way of teaching, or I think before you got involved with Solar Decathlon India? And how do you think will be the overall impact of such kind of projects on the overall development of students, I think, as they graduate from your program? So first, Professor Achari, and then Professor Elangovan, and maybe I think please limit your remarks to 1.5 minutes.
Should I?
Yeah, Professor Achari, please go ahead.
I thought Aparna was saying. Yeah, see, in last 20-22 years, I've seen this classroom learning is an outdated system, um, and we need to really come out of this subject based teaching. And yes, most of the time, what the classroom or subject teaching is happening is it's an informative knowledge. And what Solar Decathlon talks about beyond informative knowledge. Information is there. We need to have an integrated knowledge-based, wisdom-based approach, application. When I move from information to knowledge to wisdom, there is a change in approach. And what does this integrated approach is keeps the entire informative knowledge outdated as okay, this is there, one can learn like the SLMs which Solar Decathlon gave. Probably there one needs to pick up, understand basics and go on application. And when we go for that application based knowledge directly onto the project from interdiscipline or multi and also multidisciplinary, it changes the dynamics of the whole way one would look at the academic studio as. And that's a big difference what I see. And yes, what uh, the normal education system from single faculty teaching a studio to an industry approached and expert trained approach, that's a big change what is needed today. And there are gaps in the education system where I accept it very frankly. There are a lot of teachers who needs to upgrade themselves. The knowledge base which needs to be done, the education syllabus needs to change. uh, uh, the the fraternity as a teaching fraternity needs to understand that they need to upgrade to what the society today requires. As a net zero approach and a climate resilient approach for a project like this, means that's when we are talking about the future, we need to address that in the current systems. So
Thank you.
uh, I think Solar Decathlon does that to a very, very large extent, and thanks to the entire system.
Okay, thank you, Professor Achari. We are running out of time. So maybe Raj Sekhar, if you can quickly share your perspective. I think on the same, I think a question that Professor Achari responded to you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. I think Solar Decathlon does add or rather complement the existing system. I would say it that way because it opens up the students' thought process. They also start looking for expertise. I mean, like we do in the industry, when there is a requirement for a consultant, we get them from any corner of the country or the world. So more or less the same thing I have seen students doing when they came to me to discuss something. When I say, look, you yourself cannot handle this, maybe you need somebody from fluid dynamics, the next day you get a couple of guys from that particular department or maybe even other institutes. That is another thing which I see Solar Decathlon has complemented the existing system. I think that is a good move which gives a flavor of what is coming in the future of these students. So that way it's
Okay.
kind of molding their career. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajsekhar. And maybe I think I will leave one quick question for the our students. I don't see, I see Sana and Saksham. So I think after going through the Solar Decathlon India experience, do you feel that you will be working on clean energy sector or solving the climate challenge, climate change challenge issue? Do you feel, I think, is strongly I think one of you actually mentioned that you would do. So I think what are your thoughts? I think you on that. Maybe just a 15-second quick reaction.
Mine is a resounding yes. I'm doing. Yes, I'll be working in this sector because it fascinates me, and it is much needed in today's time. So yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sana. What about you, Saksham?
Definitely yes, and I would be, very eager to work under the head of affordability and how this clean energy system can be accessible and also feasible and available to all. And that's also, that is when we'll be able to achieve our target for the COP26.
Okay, terrific. And just want to take the opportunity to thank each one of you for participating in this wonderful interaction. I absolutely enjoyed it. And I also want to thank the audience who have tuned in on Sunday morning and given their precious time to, I think, in this session. I hope you enjoyed this session as much as I did, and I'm sure I think our panelists also have enjoyed, I think, sharing their ideas with us. So with that, I would like to bring this session to a close and hand it back to the organization. So organizers, over back to you, Amanda.
Thank you, Satish. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of virtual applause for our panelists and our moderator. Now it's the announcement time, but we will be back in a couple of minutes for the next session. Okay, so I think we have all our jury members here for the winner's announcement. So, Prasad, I think we can begin now.
Okay, let's get going. So we're back for the division awards. Our jury members are going to announce the division awards, and we're going to have winners and winning. But is that what it's about? Or net zero buildings, is that what it's about?
Prasad, I think it's about all of that: learning and making a difference, competing and winning. That's fun. This stuff makes my heart beat. I'm so excited, and I think our finalists, their friends and families must be excited too.
Okay, then, well, let's get to the awards. I'm sure there's a lot of hearts beating out there. Let's bring on one jury member from each division to announce the winners.
All right, so to announce the Community Resilience Shelter Division, we have with us Surya Kakani. Surya is the former Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at SEPT University, and his firm practices efficiency in operation, minimizes waste, and matches form and expression with construction systems. Over to you, Surya.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and thank you, Prasad. Uh, this division was quite challenging. Just to add a brief mention that there were very strong, four well-rounded entries we all evaluated. It was also evident from the reviews of the past few months. The presentations were very powerful. But finally, as you all said, there has to be a winner and a runner-up. So the runner-up for the Community Resilient Shelter Division this year is they proposed an interesting hybridization of a concrete base structure with a lightweight superstructure, keeping in mind resilience against major hazard of flooding. And the runner-up theme is Stherium. So, congratulations, Stherium. Next, the winning team for the Community Resilience Shelter Division, along with the winning team. So, along with proposing hybridization of concrete with local bamboo superstructure, the winning team's succinct presentation on the constructability with details, drawings, and well thought out integration of services won the day. The winning team is Tejaswi. Congratulations. So all the best to all the teams. It was wonderful actually interacting with all the four teams. So congratulations again to all. Best of luck. Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Prasad.
Thank you, Surya, and congratulations to both the teams. Now, to announce the results of the on-site construction worker housing division, we have Sanjay Prakash.
Thank you, Amanda.
So,
Thank you, Prasad. Yeah, go ahead.
Sanjay is the principal of Shift Studio for Habitat Futures. He is a renowned expert in passive and low energy design, hybrid air conditioning, innovative construction technologies, and resilient community based design. Hi, Sanjay, and over to you for the announcement.
Thank you, Amanda, Prasad. So the runners-up team for this time's on-site construction worker housing division. It's interesting to note that for the on-site construction workers housing division, despite the fact that they could not always meet the comfort standards, none of them really air conditioned their shelter. I mean, one of them did have a little bit of a underfloor cooling system, but that was that. Now, so the runner-up for this, they proposed an innovative combination of strategies in Mumbai, including a lot of cross ventilation through voids and had a beautiful dense development. And the runner-up team is I should drag this out. Okay, so the runner-up team is Project Team Javelin. Now, this team is from the Rachna Sansad Academy of Architecture, and their partners institutes are Vishveshwaraya National Institute of Technology and School of Planning and Architecture in Bhopal. So they have collaborated across a wide variety of geographies, and their faculty lead is Professor Ame Ghoshalkar, and the project partner is Shapurji Palonji and Company Private Limited, which I may say have a lot of projects on the anvil. So all the best, and let's see if you can realize this design. Okay, next, the winning team for the on-site construction workers housing division, they proposed an innovative combination of strategies in Saurashtra of all places and had a beautiful development with a lot of policy thought. And they intend to start building the design right away with their project partner. The winning team, as you can have guessed by now, is Team Nexa. So Team Nexa is from Jamia Millia Islamia. Their faculty lead is Professor Mohammad Zahir Abidi, and their project partner is L&T or Larsen and Toubro. Congratulations to both teams, and back to you, Amanda Prasad.
Thank you, Sanjay. Prasad, do you want to welcome the next jury member
Yeah,
for next
I'll do
division?
that. Yes, thanks. So next, to announce the results for the office division, we have Madhusudan Rao, who's our jury member for that division. Madhusudan is the founder and MD of Urja Energy. He's an HVAC expert and has 4 patents filed in these fields. He has pioneered many new technologies and commercial scales in India. And over to you, Madhusudan.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Prasad, for having me here. Um, what I heard about the finalists from other jury members who were part of the jury last year is this year all the proposals that have come through. The quality of the reports and the designs have definitely improved. So, but as you said, we have to choose the winners. So, the runners-up team for the office building division this year, they proposed a low energy design for a commercial building in Raipur with a lot of emphasis on wellness and social interactions. So the runner-up team is Team Britika, and they are. So wait for the applause here. Team Britika. They are from School of Planning and Architecture in Vijayawada, and we're partnering with, of course, Jadavpur University and Puducherry Technological University. Their faculty lead is Professor Vijay Lakshmi Iyer, and of course, project partner is the Sarda group, whose building they have designed. Next, the winning team for the office building division, they proposed an innovative design that focused not just on the thermal and visual comfort. They went beyond that and also took care of the oral or the acoustic comfort by using noise absorbing panels in the facade. Um, we all thought that was really innovative. The building is in Chennai, and the team is Team EcoCult. Congratulations. They're from the team is from RV College of Architecture, and their own uh, RV College of Engineering is their partner, with Team Global as their project partner, and their faculty lead is Professor Girish Ramanathan. Congratulations to both the teams, and all the best to all finalists were there. Over to you, Amanda and
Thank,
Prasad.
thank you, Madhusudan. Thank you. Congratulations to both the teams.
And now, to announce the winners for the single family housing division, we have Shelly Goswani. Shelly leads the building science team at St. Govan, India. She has over 7 years of experience and is involved in simulations and measurement based assessment for buildings. So, over to you, Shelly.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Prasad. So it was indeed a very tough decision for us also to select one winner, as both the teams have done an excellent job in addressing the technical as well as the design aspects of their projects. Um, but the runner-up team for the single-family housing division, they have seamlessly integrated the aspects of building energy performance and enhanced occupant comfort, along with utilizing advanced simulation outputs to provide fair evidence. They have also conceptualized an innovative digital intervention for smart monitoring and operations of indoor spaces. Um, so the runner-up team is Team RV Innovative. So this team is from RV College of Architecture. Their faculty lead is Professor Suresh K. Murthy, and their project partner is Between Lines. So moving on next to the winning team for the single family housing division. Now this team, despite of dealing with tough site conditions, they managed to provide innovative solutions that integrate engineered passive and active strategies very well. They have also proposed a commendable idea to support the surrounding community with the site's surplus generated resources. So the winning team is Team Arnima. So this team is from Brick School of Architecture and Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering. Their faculty lead is Professor Benita Lulla, and their project partner is Asim Foundation. So many congratulations to both the team. You both have done a great job, and I wish you all the best for your projects. Over to you, Amanda and Prasad.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Shelly.
Shelly. Yeah. So, Prasad, please welcome the next jury member.
Yes. So to announce the winners of the Educational Building Division, we have Harsh Thapar. Hi, Harsh. Harsh Thapar is the founder of Enviralizer. Harsh has delivered on high-performance building projects like the Masdar City in Abu Dhabi, the new Apple campus in San Jose, and the Bloomberg office in London. Also, the Amravati New Capital Complex in Andhra Pradesh. So a lot of high-profile projects there. Hi, Harsh. Over to you.
Um, Thank you. It's an honor, Amanda Prasad, to be here. Before I really jump up to the runner-up, I must say that it was a great effort by all the seven finalists, and it led to a very detailed discussion at the end of the day, especially regarding the top four, right? And based on our jury decision, I want to say before I jump up to the runner-up. Before I announce the two winning teams, I wish to acknowledge the special efforts put in by a team which didn't make it to the top two, unfortunately. We loved many of their ideas. However, the jury takes this opportunity to congratulate this team, which is Team Builders, for their very worthy exploration of the role of educational buildings in the context of community it serves. Their ideas on participatory design and construction, along with their low cost approaches, are very relevant for India. So, on behalf of the jury, I again congratulate team builders and hope they will continue their work with Hamara Schools and the project partner Society for Human Welfare and Education, Aligarh. Now, for the runners up, I'm sure everybody's really waiting for it. They had proposed an innovative net zero academic building concept for a medical college, which interestingly and very boldly prioritizes concepts of passive design in a cold climate of Kathmandu and aims to minimize use of active system to reduce energy use. Project involved innovated in numerous ways, including use of plastic bricks. Overall, the team argued for and communicated their ideas beautifully. And the runners-up team is Team Variable X. Team Wearable X is from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Their faculty lead is Professor Shweta Manchanda. Their project partner is Tribhuvan University. So, congratulations again, Team Wearable X. And now for the much awaited winning team in the educational division. They proposed and very effectively communicated overall a very well balanced and marketable concept for a net zero academic building in a medical setting. This solution takes a pragmatic approach of lowering building energy demand via architectural design and then uses a combination of ground source heat pump and DOA system along with smart monitoring technologies for ensuring thermal comfort and adequate ventilation in their project in Kathmandu. Um, so the winning team is Team Renovo. Well done. A great effort by Team Renovo. Um, the team is from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Their faculty lead is also Professor Shweta Manchanda, and the project partner is Tribhuvan University. So well done, both the winners. Over to you, Amanda and Prasad.
Thank you, Harsh. Congratulations to both the teams, and also special congratulations to team builders. Harsh, thank you for mentioning them and their achievement that goes beyond what Solar Decathlon India tries to get to. I would like to have a conversation with the jury members to be able to give them some recognition. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Over to you, Amanda.
So, lastly, to announce the winners for the multifamily housing division, we have Samit Bhaumik. Samit is the co founder at Vera Tatwa, a collaborative consulting firm that specializes in high performance, sustainable building designs at little or no additional cost. He is a mechanical engineer with over 20 years of experience and is passionate about performance based design. Over to you, Samit.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Prasad. So the runners-up team for the multi-family housing division this year, we felt they took a very practical approach. Actually, we felt that they had the most buildable of the project solutions we saw this year. Their analytical work was excellent, and they did a great job of sort of integrating architecture and engineering. So the runners-up team this year is Team Nivas 2.0. Thank you for the visuals also, Prasad. So Team Nivas 2.0 is from IEM Kolkata. Their partner institutes are Ashoka School of Planning and Architecture, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, NIT Raipur, and Goa College of Architecture. Their faculty lead is Professor Gunjan Kumar, and their project partner Mahindra Life Spaces. Congratulations. And coming to the winning team, we felt that this team best understood the competition brief. They were spot on. Their work on the passive design, the architecture engineering aspects was excellent. They capped it with a fantastic presentation, and therefore the winning team this time is Team Sukhi Bhava. Team Sukhi Bhava is from Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University. The faculty lead is Professor Srinivas, and their project partner, Savi Group. So congratulations to all. Thanks for the excellent effort. And over to you, Amanda Prasad.
Thank you, Samir, and let's have a round of applause for all the winners and runners up. Now, we want to hear from the division winners. So, let's get the team leads from the winning teams up here.
Yeah. While you do that, Amanda, I just want to do a quick apology and probably a little bit of a um, downer for the runners-up team of the multifamily challenge, because I think the cash awards that we had on the slides for the runners-up and the winners were flipped around. So okay, don't get too excited, you guys. We'll send you the right amounts, and the email will let you know what the right amounts are. So,
Right, yeah.
Apologies about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get our winners up here. Amanda, can you let me know when we have them
Team
up?
leads to join in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we add the team leads on stream? Team leads who have joined in. Divya, we have Shubham Das.
Hi, Divya. Congratulations.
Hi, sir. Can you? Thank you.
Can you add Shubham? Yeah. Okay, I'm requesting the team members here to switch on their camera. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I think Prasad, so while we wait for other team leads to join in, I think let's hear from the teams here.
Okay. So I'm trying to get a visual here. Hi, Soumya.
Hello, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
So welcome. This is your moment to shine. Huge congratulations. And we want to hear from you what you or your team are thinking. I'm sure there must have been a lot of messages and direct messages exchanged.
Yeah,
Probably have
actually.
groups on which a lot of stuff is happening. So, Soumya, you want to go first? What are you thinking about?
Sure. Actually, I still can't believe that we have won the division. So, well, um, see, Solar Decathlon, it's been a very great opportunity for all of us. And first of all, I'd like to thank all of my team members for all the efforts that they have made for this challenge. Like, thank you guys. Thank you so much. So, um, talking about the experience, it's been completely different from what we usually do in our colleges. So we like at my team chose the on-site construction worker housing division. And like, if we talk about the most interesting and fun part, so I would say it was when we were looking for a project partner. So like while designing, we usually do some kind of research or brainstorming and discussions and all. But this part for from Solar Decathlon, it was something different, like finding a project partner. So so during this phase, we interacted with like a lot of people in the industry, and it was kind of very fun process. So we were contacting our faculty, our alumni network, and our friends and relatives to get a project partner. So, and we even used a social media to advertise that we are looking for a project partner for Solar Decathlon. And actually, that is how we got our project partner and one of our industry partners. So yeah, so I think that is the best part. So during this phase, we interacted with like a lot of.
I think there's some echo from.
There's some echo. Somebody's probably got a YouTube channel running in the background.
Yeah. Okay. I think we are good now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Soumya,
Yeah.
do you want to add anything? You were saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying that like we interacted with a lot of professionals in the industry, and I think what we learned was like we felt a sense of responsibility that we as students, like we are going to take a step like on working on a real project, and we have to cater to the needs of a client, an actual client, and whatever the design decisions that we're going to take, it will create some kind of different, it will create some change in reality. So I think that is the best part about this competition that I learned personally. So
Great.
yeah.
Congratulations. And just for the record,
Congratulations.
can you tell the audience the name of your team, the division, and the
Yeah.
college that you're from?
So I'm Soumya Pathak, and I'm, I was the lead from Team Nexa, and we are from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. So yeah.
And your
Thank
division
you.
was?
Our division was on-site construction worker housing.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much. Great to have you here. Hi, Divya. I will have you go next. So you can start again with your name, your institution, your team, and the division that you competed in. Congratulations. And tell us what you and your team members have been talking about in the last few minutes.
Thank you, sir, for this. So, hello everyone, and first I would like to congratulate all the other teams also for their winning moment. So, I'm Divyadashini from Avi College of Architecture, Bangalore. So, my team is called Team Eco Cult, and we took part in the office division. So, division winner, this was something like we were praying and hoping for, and now that it has happened, I don't know what to say. It's like I'm completely speechless. Like my phone has been ringing nonstop with calls and messages. Everyone is so excited about this. Um, so first, I would like to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to for the speech, and starting with like my whole team members, it was all their effort throughout the journey. To be honest, this 9 months journey was like no cakewalk. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was not all sunshines. There was like moments in our team where like everyone was felt low. We looked at like there was no hope and all this like crisis and everything happened. But then at the end, we came out strong as a team, and that's what I'm happy about. We have achieved this, and I feel like my whole team members deserve it for the hard work they put in. And also, like to talk about, I feel like I want to address this in two aspects. One is the subjective aspect and the team effort and team aspect. So, like the whole team worked together, and there was all these our submissions and college works running parallelly, and time management was always an issue for the whole team. And so somehow like we got this happened. Like whole the third deliverable, fourth deliverable, just like it was so rushed up. Whole team was like working non-stop. And it was like again and again telling so all their combined efforts. Even our like faculty mentors, everyone like they were supporting us to keep the team spirit and morale going on. They always like used to talk to me in personal and guide me like how to take the team forward and things like that, because this is the first time I'm being a team leader and holding a team together. Even I was like at points like very low, I don't know what to do next, how to go forward, take the team forward. So like it was all our faculty mentors who took, they used to like guide me, like tell me like keep this team spirits going on, do something like this, do something like that. Without their support, I think it wouldn't have happened. And on the subjective front, this whole concept of like net zero, green buildings, sustainable buildings, we knew it as a topic and concept in basic thing, but we never went into detail. And this is the first time we have like went into detail as a proposal of a building project, like construction project. So most of our like research, case studies, everything were like literature studies. Like we don't know what is like we read lots of things. We don't know what's practical and what's not practical. So trying to figure out that part was like a great journey for us in this 9 months. So we had like all these industry partners and contacts of our faculty mentors coming in, like the conversation we had with them, we got the full in actual industry experience, and that is a great learning we'll take ahead in our like further journey of life. And also I would like to thank you, Solar Decathlon team as a whole. This is like a great initiative that you guys did, and we got this opportunity to take part in that. And I think without this initiative, not only my team, all the other teams also had an opportunity to explore and grow in this journey. So that is something I would like to thank you guys for. And finally, a thank you for our whole college for their supports, all the faculty mentors, the excuses they gave for us in classes and things like that, for all that. So thank you, my team, thank you, college, and thank you, Decathlon team.
Congratulations again. You're right. This is a very, very tough challenge. But
That's
that's what makes it exciting and that's what makes the learning become incredible. If we
Yeah,
could,
and when Divya said, crisis and all those during this 9 months, I can completely understand because I was one of the participants. Yeah,
Yeah, I just
it's
did not want to sugarcoat it. Like the actual scenario is that, but then we just came through it. I'm happy for that.
yeah.
yes, yes.
Congrats, Divya. Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. There's a lot of work to be done. Now you have, an experience of doing this well. So go forward with it. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next team lead here from a winning team. Ishika, I'm going to turn to you. Congratulations and tell us your name, the division that you're from, the team name, and the college name. And then tell us what you're thinking about, what messages you've exchanged with your team members, and what's the emotions that are running around.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So I am Ishika. Our division was educational buildings, and I'm from Team Renova. So currently, our team members are spamming me on the group, and all of us are in very high spirits. And it was a great opportunity. Like, to be honest, we weren't thinking of winning or losing. We were just thinking that let's just put in all of that, all the effort that we have put in throughout the span of 9 months into just giving our best at the end and just dedicating all of the efforts to it. And it paid off, I'm glad. And we would like to thank everybody involved in the journey, our faculty advisors especially, because they just pushed us to give our 101%. And it was a very complicated task for a bunch of 10 architects to get into these details in terms of HVAC, lighting, energy, water, and it was a very new thing for us. And we learned a lot from it, no doubt, and we are glad that we got this opportunity. We'd also like to thank our project partner for giving us this opportunity, this great project. And since this was a very new context for us building in Nepal, and it gave us a bit more experience in terms of climatic zones. Not just we are used to designing in India, so it gave us a bit more exposure. Apart from that, our industry partners also for giving us their valuable inputs. Then I would also like to thank my fellow team members for bearing with me throughout this journey, because I kept poking them, and I had to get work out of him. But yeah, it was all worth it in the end. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, being a team lead is not an easy job. You have to get work out of other people. So, special congratulations to you on that part. So did you guys visit the site in Nepal? Did you get a chance to do that?
No, we didn't get a chance.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So it was a virtual exercise for you guys then.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. All right. Moving on next to Mehak. Hi, Mehak. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's start with you with your name, team name, college name,
Yes.
and partner institutions if you want to mention them as well, and the division. And then tell us, what you're thinking of, what's been going on in your team since the announcement happened.
Yes, so actually the continuous spam is going on the group, and so our like division is Community Resilience Shelter, and I am Meg Gupta from MBS School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi. But we worked with IIT Roper as Team Tejasvi. So we actually participated last year as well, Team Tejasvi 1.0. Last time we were the finalists, but yeah, we didn't win. But this was a really emotional moment for me. Like, so I can't express my emotion that being a team lead, my team made me win this. Like we actually worked together, and so it was a really great 9 month journey that we participated in, and I would really like to thank Amanda for this because she was always there for us throughout the 9 months. Like she was always there a mail away whenever we had any issues. And then sir, our Seeds India project partner, who was really there for us whenever like we needed to know, because so we worked on this project virtually, so we didn't visited the site, so they helped us to know about the site and the details which we have to work on. And so it I would like to thank my team because so our team is a rainbow team. We worked from different parts of the country, and they all were like really there for us. They gave our 100%, they gave their 100% and to make the win, make us win. Like so from being different, like working from different parts of country, and like from different streams, it is a really great part that they worked under one umbrella to achieve such an auspicious award. Like, and then I would like to thank our faculty lead, Azad Sahi. He was always there like a father figure to us. He always supported us, always calmed us in the time and the situations. And thank you.
Congratulations. We can see that you're overcome with emotions. Yes, you had a great faculty. All of you have had some amazing faculty mentors. Let's give a round of applause to the faculty mentors as well because they do a great job. and congratulations to you guys. So we have a few more minutes, and I'd like to quiz you on a couple of other things. I know Amanda usually asks this in the winners' lounge, and I'm going to ask it now. What is one funny moment that happened in your teams? One thing that you can think of when you during these 9 months. Anything that anyone wants to volunteer?
So the funniest thing happened like just before the final presentation, 2 days before. Sir, most of our team backed out. So they were so nervous. They were like, like how we will be able to achieve such a award. Like, so we were all so nervous. Like we were confident about our work, but then on the same time we were like flooded up with the emotions. With so how can I express that feeling? So they were also nervous. Then our faculty lead came in the role that I said. He was always like a father figure to us. So he always like encouraged us to work. And then so here we are in front of you.
Amazing, amazing. And I'm sure this moment of the team members wanting to give up, backing out is probably all the other team leads here are also familiar with that moment. Yeah. So and Amanda, I'm sure you've seen it too when you participated. But
Yeah.
it's amazing, isn't it, that at the end of it you kind of push through, and then the feeling of relief when you actually submit, and then when you get the award, it's really amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else has a funny story or a funny moment?
Well, I won't say it's very funny, but like it
Okay.
was very irritating at that point of time. But now I find it funny. So, like I don't know what's up with my team. So everyone gets ideas during nights. So like some a random like teammate, they get some idea, okay, at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and they used to call me, hey, listen, we need to have a discussion. So I had to wake up and get on meet during that night and have a discussion over there. So I don't know, like maybe they they thought that the idea will vanish till morning. So yeah, so that was
Nice,
very
nice.
irritating at that point of time. But now it's like it's part of the competition. It's
Sure, sure.
like a
Yeah,
memory.
yeah. Great. Thanks for sharing that. Ishika, Divya, anything that you guys want to share?
Right now, with the nervousness, I can't think of like funny incident. But the two things I want to share, like that might be funny, is that one is yesterday's jury part. Like before the jury, all the five presenters were like so nervous. Like some of them had a breakdown, started crying. But then, like post jury, they come out laughing. And that before and after scenario was like so funny for me. And the other thing is like our WhatsApp group name. We have our name as Isala Cup Namde, the RCB tagline. So that itself is like we have achieved a award for RCB on their side. Being in Bangalore, that tagline has always been looked out in a different way, and like with that name, I think we got it. I think that's a bit funny. I don't know. I
Sure,
can't think of anything right now.
sure, sure. Thank you. Ishika, anything?
Yeah, so our funny story has to do with our team name. So it's Team Renovo. So when we named it, a lot of the team members were confused how to pronounce it. So some would say Renuvo, some would say Renuvo, some would say Renovo, and our faculty was confused as well. So we we gave it a nickname, and we used to start calling ourselves Team Renu, so that everybody is convinced.
Prasad, I think we should also start at we actually our team also had the same issue. We used to like what how should we pronounce this?
Not just that,
Yeah,
it's hard to spell too, because it
Yeah.
has all these vowels
yeah,
in it. Yes, yeah,
yeah.
true. Thanks so much, guys. Congratulations once again, and look forward to seeing you now in the grand jury presentations. So,
Yeah, so Prasad, I think Moses and Yash is not here, who is also a
yeah,
team lead.
yes,
But yeah, we would like to congratulate you. We wish you were here, and then
yeah,
kind of share us some moments that you felt as soon as you know you're the winner. Uh, but yeah, congratulations to all the team here.
yeah. So remember, you've gotten through the division jury, and you're the division winners now. So you're up for one more challenge, I presume, which is the grand jury presentations that are coming up. And you're going to only have 5 minutes to make your pitch. So this is literally like a Shark Tank or something for net zero building design. And only 2 members from your team get to present to the jury. So I hope you've prepared well, and best of luck with your presentations. So now we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Maybe take a 5 minute break. Amanda, what do you think before we start again?
Yep, so let's take a 5 minutes break and we will be back.
Okay.
Okay, people, so we know who the winners are, but are you curious to know what the jury thought about the quality of work? Were the students forged by fire? They tried a moonshot. Did they make it? So let's hear from the jury in the next session. This session will be moderated by Aroma Ravi, the director of IIHS. Aro is one of the world's leading experts on climate change and has worked on several IPCC reports. His rock solid support and his passion to support the students and faculty has established Solar Decathlon India as a strong learning centric program. We have one jury member from each division who will share their insights. From Community Resilience Shelter Division, we have Alok Deshmukh. Alok is a co founder and the MD at Superhuman Race Private Limited, a startup at the intersection of technology and sustainability. Alok has also over 20 years of experience in sustainability and integrated design of buildings. Hi, Alok.
Hello.
From the single family housing division, we have L. Venkatesh. Venkatesh is an architect, and after actively designing for more than 25 years, he is now into digital twinning of buildings as a director at Invikara. Hi, Venkatesh.
Hello.
From the multifamily housing division, we have Jitin Prajapati. Jitin is also an architect and a teacher based in Mumbai. He has been involved in a range of architectural and research projects pertaining to sustainability since 1994. Welcome, Jitin.
Thank you. Good
From the
afternoon, everyone.
office, good afternoon, Jitin. From the office building division, we have Swati Puchalapalli. Swati has 20 plus years of experience in sustainable design and computational analysis. She is a strong proponent of passive design. Swati is the director of Terraviridis Consultants. Hi, Swati.
Hi, hello everyone. Hi, Amanda.
From the on site construction worker housing division, we have Rajan Rawal. Rajan is a faculty member at SEP University and a senior advisor to CARPS. His teaching and research work emphasizes energy performance of human habitat and architectural science education. Hi, Rajan. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good
From the
afternoon.
educational, sorry, good afternoon, yeah. From the educational building division, we have Arti Nain. Arti is an energy efficiency policy specialist with expertise in net zero energy buildings, sustainable cooling, financing, and utility scale programs. She advises think tanks, government agencies, and private sector companies on energy efficiency. So, Aro, our moderator today, is going to quiz the jury members about the quality of the entries and the performance of the students as learners. Over to you, Aro.
Thank you, Amanda. And thank you, all of you, for joining us. I mean, Alok, Venkatesh, Rajan, Swati, Jiten, and Arti. It's really, I'm really glad that you've taken time to spend so many hours with us, kind of reviewing process and seeing what's happening. This is really, starting to go many places. Last year, uh, we were very glad that we were able to take off and do well. This year, I think we've even done better than what we did last year. Just by the range of entries that we've seen, the fact that we have a wider set of divisions has sort of enthused a lot of people who are both watching this and are looking at this as an opportunity to engage with net zero processes. So, I mean, you're all kind of professionals and educators. You've seen these young people doing what they did. Most of them are either third or fourth year students who are kind of, not fully sort of skilled out as yet. They haven't gone out into the professional world as much as, they will in the future. They form these teams, and, over the last many months, we really kind of stress tested them around net zero buildings, around resilient design, with the modules we provided and the webinars that have been arranged. And of course, there are a number of people from various academic institutions and from industry who've been trying to support that. So they've also, I think, been significantly challenged in implementing this, all that they've learned here on kind of within quotes real projects with the help of the faculty. Of course, we hope in time. I mean, this has not been possible. We're just about coming out of COVID to move in the maybe later iterations of Solar Decathlon to design build, which I think is really going to test us both as a set of partners and all of us who've been in the juries to move things forward. So that's where we would like to go, but given these constraints and the fact that it's been pretty stressful for both students and faculty members to handle this over a year that's been partially online, partially hybrid, and now more or less in most places back face to face. So I guess to be fairly frank, where do you see the kind of ways, or what are the spaces that you think that we could have improved the entries on? I mean, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and I guess obviously you speak to it from the point of view of your own divisions. But if I can just ask, maybe Jitain to start. You've seen this kind of process happening, and then we can move on to maybe Venkatesh. We just open up the conversation, and then we leave it open. People want to come in from their own divisions. That will be a good way of starting. So, what do you think the strengths and weaknesses are? How do you think we could have done better? What is it that we need, both as educators and people from industry, to help make this work better?
Yeah.
So, Jitain, all over to you.
Thanks, Aromar. It was our pleasure to see some very interesting reports and presentations in our division, which is multifamily housing. Considering that most of the students are third year and fourth year BH students, this is a commendable effort for such a large and complex challenge. Some minor mistakes do creep in, such as spell checking, referencing, adherence to formatting requirements. Some calculations are missing. This may be minimized. But we believe that this could be due to the pressure of working during the pandemic, online working, and of course their own course or college submissions. And the teams in this division have shown designs that are flexible for various usages and configurations. Very nice, because I was extremely surprised. They've come up with very mature solutions. The analysis for, can I continue or?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. The analysis for energy performance, water, comfort, health, and well-being have been carried out to a high degree, and various innovative ideas have been proposed. The scalability, market potential, affordability, and resilience have been sorted out to a great degree. So it would definitely qualify for the projects to be taken forward in collaboration from the project partners. From our point of view, the students have worked with enthusiasm and done a great job. It is not easy to do such a complex task in a short time of 9 months only, especially when you come across completely new terms, tools, and technologies. The faculty mentors have done a great job with their respective teams, inculcating these design strategies as part of their AD or architectural design studios, or for engineering, probably, I don't know where they could fit it in. I'm talking from an architect's point of view, okay? But they could gradually introduce these strategies and terms and tools right from first year. So by the time they come to third year, they're comfortable to take part in a solar decathlon competition.
Good. Thanks again. I mean, those are really useful kind of insights. So
Yeah.
For us as professionals, as educators, spell checks and things like that I mean, those are small details, fine.
Yes.
I mean, they're
Very
important in
minor.
professional practice, but the more important thing is, like you're saying, being able to imbibe core principles of energy efficiency, net zero, as far as energy is concerned, as far as water is concerned, as far as waste is concerned. So that's really, if you're able to pick that up, then that will stay with you for a long time. And
Yeah. And they're also looking at affordability and market potential. Very nice. actually.
Exactly. So it's a multi-dimensional kind of fame that I think we've been able to challenge them with, in spite of all that, all that's happening in their lives, both COVID and otherwise. And especially when you're not integrated into a studio which is part of your curriculum, this is a pretty hard job. And
Yep.
especially if you have to have engineers around who are not used to this way of thinking, then it becomes a challenge on both sides. I know. So I'm glad to hear you making the plea, like we've done last year also, that we need to introduce some of these ideas literally at first year in architecture for sure, and engineering. Engineers have to be much more sensitive to questions of design in some senses. Venkatesh, any kind of additional
We
reflection?
congratulations to all the winners, and thanks Aro, Prasad, and Satish for having us here. I don't know how it works for you, but being part of Solar Decathlon, I feel magically reverses the aging process for jury members. I feel younger and more energetic. So we saw some seriously sincere and passionate approaches to design, seeds of wonderful interventions, innovations, and applications, intelligent applications of basic science. So bodes really well for the process if everyone sticks to it. I do, however, have one feeling of shortcoming. I wouldn't call it a weakness, but over a lot of these teams, I see a hesitancy to for tearaway creativity. I didn't see an absolute wow design which will be the mascot for this competition. There are plenty of evolutionary tweaks, but there was none of that revolutionary inkilab cry for freedom from inaction to climate change. That is something that I would somehow like to encourage going forward. I was on the resilience division last year, and I had mentioned that all those submissions could have just been put into a book and given to the National Disaster Management Authority as a go-to document. And this year, I was not being facetious when I said I'll be interested in buying one of the single-family houses which I saw. I mean, they were seriously good designs. It's a brilliant approach. As we discussed, probably I have other ideas that I would share, but a lot of positivity in what I see, a lot of dedication and sincerity.
No, Venkatesh, that's nice. I mean, giving us this multi-year perspective is also useful. So obviously, there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of interest in the room. Even though it's like I said, it's been a difficult year. There's no question about that as far as that's concerned. We found at some certain points of time during the years, interest flagging on multiple sides. So that's part of things that were there. But I just want to pick you up on this question of saying, we didn't have a really inkilab design. Maybe is that because a lot of the sort of solar decathlon inputs are fairly technical. We're really trying to push the analytical skills, the ability to be able to model, and we're trying to signal to them that if you don't have these core skills, then it's quite kind of difficult to be able to pull things together. Because to get to affordability and net zero, X, Y, and Z at the same time is not an easy business. You have to be able to go on to detail. Your programming has to be decent. You have to work through a lot of different things that are there. But when you talked about this kind of aspiration, like we talk about in the climate space of really trying to shift the needle, is it in the design sense or in the execution sense or the inspiration of what is possible? I mean, at one end you're saying I'm happy to live in a house like that, fine. At the other end, maybe you may not want to live in a house that is completely revolutionary.
Yeah, I know it's a difficult question to answer, but the designs are great, right? I mean, I absolutely agree with it. So that's what a lot of people probably want to go live in. Everybody doesn't want to. I mean, it's nice to have a Ferrari as an aspiration, but I don't think everybody wants to own one, right? So
Maybe the
it's
world can't survive with too many Ferraris around. Fine, at least, especially if they're using high octane fuel.
yeah, if they're guzzling fuel, yeah. I don't know. It's probably a little bit of both, but I think the team leads being architects, I think they should just take it up to say that we need to have at least something that's really eye catching and attractive for us to go to the market. I mean, we need something really fancy to sell the whole thing, but there's just like a lot of brilliance out there, so I can't complain. And I also come from looking at it. Resilience shelters last year and single family houses are small things, and that's something which can really go to market easily, right? It's much easier to implement it than, say, an office building or an education facility. So we probably need to push from there. because it's easier to get these things done in a smaller scale building than in those larger facilities. But I think it's work in progress. I hope to be seeing it in the next couple of years for sure.
No, no, absolutely. I mean, like you're right about the fact that smaller buildings, people can try and do more interesting things. And, as you go to market, maybe more and more owners and clients will be willing to try out some really dramatic things. People are really looking, especially younger people, at things that are kind of different. Arti, if I were to pick up on, your division that's there, looking at your own sort of experience and perspective. So, we talk about educational buildings, and how of the proposal that you saw presented, are we making any progress in terms of implementability? Because India's really, really expanding in the space, whether it's in school education at one end and of course in higher education at the other end. And this is something that, I mean, IHS at the moment is in the middle of trying to develop and build our own campus, and we know exactly the kind of challenges that are involved in trying to do this kind of stuff on the ground, integrating a lot of these elements. So do you see some really interesting things that we can build on from your division, and how we can move this forward? Like I was saying, the aspiration is, especially if industry partners come and join us in the next year, to try and move some of this in the design build space, even if it were one part of a campus, or well, let's say one floor of a building is difficult to do. So what's your sense of what you saw this year?
So first of all, Aramar, thank you for inviting me to this session. And to answer your question, I would say about the top 3 or 4 teams, 72 they have resolved 70 to 80% of the issues. So they, with a little bit of fine tuning of their systems, they are implementable. Of course, the finer details come as you actually go into construction. And what did strike me is that actually the runner-up team in the division has more or less done away with active strategies. They are more, about 90% passive, heated and cooled buildings. So I was really impressed with that. Of course, that leaves questions open in sense of, would these be able to deliver the comfort that is required? Because some of these are, institutions of advanced learning which house in advanced equipment and infrastructure. So that question is always there. Other teams, I think the basics and the fundamentals are there. It is just that their understanding of integrating active building systems, especially the cooling and the heating and ventilation, uh, and in fact the renewable systems also is still needs to be worked out. So, but yes, I would say especially the top 3 or 4 entries, they are very much on their way to being implemented. A little bit more.
So that's really good to hear. But I also hear you saying that we really need to sort of integrate services design early into the curriculum in some ways. I mean, we focus on, obviously, it's a complex area. Design itself is a field that takes time to absorb. But really, apart from the construction and the building side of things, if you really want to make use of passive techniques, you really have to understand how services are integrated, and then life cycle costs become quite important. I mean, a whole range of things that we focused on in the decathlon. So I mean, any reflections on that, what we can do on the curriculum side, how we can maybe even provide earlier in the cycle, in the second year, etc., people the opportunity to intern, to try and understand how services actually work, because the heart of this, I think, is about services. The other question, of course, tied to that is, we are designing for, let's say, current climates. Future climates are actually going to be a lot worse, and you have urban deterrent along with that. So you're typically designing for 3 or 4 degrees of temperature elevation, apart from other things. And with the heat wave now, gaining this, that, the other, the question then is, what happens when your wet bulb temperatures in some parts of the country approach, areas of discomfort? I mean, these are things that certainly educational institutions are not aware of. But I think as academic institutions who have spaces like this, there should be some feedback into the design of your own buildings in some senses, right? So
Yes, I
any
think your second question. Sorry, the second question is very pertinent. In fact, the jury for this division debated quite a lot, and it was our feedback to the coordinators that probably in the future iterations of STI, foolproofing the buildings against global warming, rising temperatures, maybe 10 or 15 years down the line should be integrated in the design process, the team should at least try to analyze whether the building will hold out, whether it will be still net zero 10 to 15 years down the line when the temperature rises and the energy required to maintain indoor comfort conditions uh, would be possible or not. And I think the same can be streamlined into the education curriculum. At least the discussions should start on this. Right now, my understanding, based on interactions with faculty and students, and not with institutions such as SET, which are focused on, but others, they are not actually discussing this aspect that the temperatures are going to rise. So what's feasible right now might not be viable sometime down the future. And so definitely that needs to be required. But also, if I may say, the data is also missing. So these faculties don't have access to the kind of information that is required to make students, to educate students about the possibility of this. That I think has to be that storehouse, the repository of knowledge has to be created by some institutions, advanced institutions, institutions that are really doing research in this field, and you know, shared with other education institutions. As to the first one, as to how you can improve the knowledge of these students, I believe, and I must say, there in certain cases there was not a deep understanding of building physics and the role of passive strategies. That has to be started. In fact, I was surprised that I found that most of the teams had a good understanding. How they have acquired it, I'm not sure, but a good understanding of integrating active systems, mechanical systems. But actually, surprisingly, their knowledge of passive strategies was a little weaker. And I think that is where the education should start from, and it should start as early as year one, where you make them understand the principles of climatology and how building physics works. That is a little weak, and that is where it should be started.
No, that's really useful. In fact, maybe if I can turn to Rajan at the moment on that. I mean, the point that Arti's made on building physics. You kind of lead in this space for many years. This is something that I guess is a bit of a challenge because we have a few hundred architecture schools across the country. Engineering schools are even more, and there's very little understanding maybe of the environment. So I think what Arti was saying is absolutely right. A few institutions, in a sense, have a fairly good understanding of the space. They produce very high quality students. The faculty is doing active research, but most institutions don't have access to these basic kind of schemas for their own towns. If you take the 1,000, 1,500 odd institutions in the space that work in this, maybe it will be a good idea for a set of us to pull in and make sure there's this is all available in the public domain, but there's an atlas available that really literally maps every educational institution with its current plus future climates, fine? Because everybody has probably got this idea of 1.5, but 1.5 means nothing. It's a surface temperature thing at the equator. In many cases, we're already at 3 or 2 degrees elevation in the places where we are, and it's going to go even further. So, Rajan, any kind of reflections on that, and how we can try and sort of bring that into our curriculum to help students and faculty members to kind of move forward on that?
I think I will deal with the students and faculty members separately and not together.
Okay, fine. You want to jump in on your division first?
I mean, So, uh, I mean, strength and weakness is the kind of question you ask.
Yeah.
I would say strength, a lot of intent and a lot of integration happening, a lot of interest. But when you are working with this kind of work, only interest doesn't work. The capability works. And I think this is where I have a huge concern about the kind of solutions which people are proposing. If I have to take a sort of parallel notion of technology readiness level TRL, probably the kind of work which I have seen, and also last year many entries which I saw, I probably would put them in a TRL of 2 or 3 or at the most 4. They are good concepts, may work, but it needs to be tested out. And until they get tested, you can't really say that this is going to work or this is going to. The teams which I have seen, all of them are using simulations. And we all of know that what simulation can give us. It can give us something which can't exist in this world. At the same time, so I think what the weakness which I've seen is, and trying to sort of elaborate what Arti was saying, is that basics are missing, absolutely missing in most of the cases. And at that point in time, probably I would like to distinguish between faculty members and students. The kind of quality content which the SDI organizers or administration have prepared, even if students look at that seriously, I am sure that they will be able to do much better than what they're doing right now. It's simple. I can see simple apathy of not looking at what has been provided by the IIHS team and SDI team, and hence we really need to probably position ourselves that are we trying to influence a teaching pedagogy within the universities, or as I understand that something which doesn't happen in a university, SDI is trying to take it forward, finding a gap on its own and trying to plug that gap on its own. And I think the latter is true, where SDI itself is providing a lot of material, creating a lot of material, which is far better than anything available in the universities, and providing that and asking people to sort of use that to come up with the solutions. And I think probably that's where I would like to request the team to focus on that. If I would say, if you can put the faculty members aside for a while, my gut feeling is that you will have much better solutions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rajan. That was a very frank opinion. I think you're agreeing with everybody else. There's a lot of sort of enthusiasm in the room. But unlike Venkatesh, who's looking for inspiration in some senses, you're saying get back to basics. If you don't have your basics in place, then it doesn't work in some senses, and the basics have to be deliverable. So I think that's a. I'm just wondering, because you've seen this over 2 years, whether this is a reflection of the division that you're in, or your general impression looking at the wider range of things. And I hear what you're saying. I think the SDI team has struggled with trying to up the engagement with some of the content. But yeah, I think your caution is very useful. Any quick comments on that?
No, I think that's what I'm saying, that the material which has been prepared dedicatedly for this competition, even if people start using that, one can get a lot of good outcomes. But it seems that people are a little hung up on the CFDs and daylighting and simulations, and they are trying to use them as a tool. We know that I can't fly A380. I need to be prepared to do that. And I think that's what happening right now. Everybody's trying to fly A380 without knowing how does it work.
No, fair enough. Point well taken. And many airports can't take 380s even if you want to fly them. So that's the other issue that's there. Swati, I just reflections from you on what you saw in your division, and also Rajan is sort of cautioning us, saying there's a lot of enthusiasm in the room. Some teams have done pretty well, but on the average, if you looked at some of the design that you saw, the position that were presented, do you think students are kind of ready to pursue a career in net zero buildings? We have about, I guess, 3 dozen different firms that are willing to draw them into internships. Maybe at the end of the day there'll be slightly more. But what's your sort of objective sense of where they are, and are they really ready to jump into industry? What more can we do to support them to make that possible?
They are comparing them to students who haven't been through SDI. They have a better knowledge base, and they have the enthusiasm, and they have the passion to get into the industry. And for someone and for a student to get into the industry, I think that's very important. Otherwise, they will not learn on the job. Conceptually, from what I've seen in my division and also the previous juries that I've done for another division, the multifamily housing, I think conceptually they did a great job looking at all the 10 contests, putting everything together, um, getting the concepts quite the conceptually they were quite impressive. Actually, they used some early design tools to come up with concepts, but I think all of them faltered to various degrees when it came to integrating them, detailing it out, making sure that it works. So I think if I look at what they have achieved, and if it is industry ready, if the product or a design is industry ready, I think maybe 50% is there. But I think there's a lot more work to get it to reality. And if I have to talk about whether they are industry ready to start a job, I'd be very, very happy to, you know, take up or pick up any of them for in my office. However, I would need to train them up a fair amount. But I'm glad that I'll find someone who has the passion to learn on the job.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So at least, I mean, one thing I think is pretty clear from all of us here is that we've been able to ignite some passion. That's certainly good. Also, conceptually, people have become clearer, even though some of them may not have, the full set of fundamentals that we need. They may not have the information that is required because the educational programs may not provide it. And the thing, Swati, I guess, is that office buildings, unlike sort of whatever, yeah, even multifamily dwellings, office buildings are quite complex. Fine,
Yeah,
they've got many different elements to it, especially for
correct.
third year students. They in their own studios they may not have got that far in being forced to do integration. And we're not only doing integration with active techniques, we're saying you have to have a passive design in place, etc. So that's quite a big stretch. I think that's not a bad thing in some ways to do that.
No, it's not.
But
It's not.
yeah,
I think they've done a very good job. I mean, comparing to last year as well, I
yeah.
saw a fair degree of improvement this year. So which is great to see.
Okay, wonderful. No, that's good. That's good to know that at least we're making some degree of impact as far as that's concerned. So, Alok, just from your point of view, from your division, what is the sense of what progress we've made? What are the strengths and weaknesses? Are we ready to take this to market in some ways?
Yeah, so hi everyone. It was very interesting. I was chuckling at times and also having a good laugh at times when I was hearing some of the other remarks. One thing I must say, I'm glad I've not been in one of Rajan's classes because I think Rajan is a very, very hard educator. So I do want to say that it's this is hard work, right? I mean, this is the difficult stuff. Integrated design is something that even very experienced project teams really struggle with, and they falter along the way and learn as they go along over multiple projects. The great teams are the ones that have worked together over multiple projects and then get their formula right. And I think that is something that we need to keep in mind. Are these designs implementable? Speaking from the community resilience shelter that I reviewed this year, as well as the reviews that I was involved in for D1, D2, D3, and last year's multifamily division. I think yes. As is, are they implementable? No, but that's the reality of a lot of projects that happen anyway, right? I mean, we make working drawings, and then on site we get asked any number of questions where we are asked to take decisions on the fly to make changes. So yes, there is going to be a lot of refinement as we go along. Um, I also think that, I mean, as it relates to specific contests, I think for this competition, students have by and large done well on architecture, energy, water, health and well-being, and innovation. I think they've done an average job in my mind for resilience, better than last year, as I recall it, but maybe because I was looking at community resilience shelters. Um, and they've done okay on affordability and on communication. I think there is a lot of work needed on engineering and operations, integration and sizing with the architectural design and an evidence-based, data-driven kind of narrative that was not really coming through to me. And also scalability and market potential in my mind is one that is that needs a lot more application and work. So to that end, I almost feel like we do well to have students from business, marketing, finance, to be a part of these teams. So that's one thought. And if I have a couple of more minutes, I just wanted to react to some of the specific,
So please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so to Venkatesh's comment about the tearaway creativity not being there, I think that's exactly right. And Aro, you said that maybe because it is so technical, but then I think of like if you look at Renzo Piano's body of work and the various renditions of how to let top light into museums, because museums need very kind of modulated controlled lighting, but different engineered renditions of how to take top light into museums. I mean, there's a lot of creativity at work there that is informed by a lot of very technical data driven problem solving that goes on, right? And also, I mean, to me, when hybrid electric cars started out, Toyota went with this very recognizable shape of the Prius, whereas the Honda Civic Hybrid was looking just like any other Honda Civic Hybrid, right? And I think that it was the same overall look, but it was a much more efficient car. And I know a mentor of mine who bought the Honda Civic Hybrid and then plastered the sticker hybrid electric on it, just to make the point that just because it looks as good as your regular car does not mean that it's not efficient. So to me, I think that that's the next level of problem solving is how do we incorporate all this tech and all this analysis to make it really good looking. And then I think, I mean, I have like three things that I want to kind of tell the students and the future participants. And so one is you're in it to win it, right? I mean, so you have 10 contests, and jo dikta hai wo bikta hai. So if you worked on a contest and you've not spoken to it in a manner that speaks to the requirements of the competition, you're not going to score on it. So that's one of the things that students need to keep in mind. The other thing is always be asking, kind of be demanding of your solution. So what of it? To kya? So ye kiya to kya? Because I think that's what happens, and I think that's what one of the student participants mentioned is that when you hit the real world, that ha to kya becomes very real in a manner of speaking. And finally, I mean, I think it's because they've done so well that we are expecting more. I feel like thoda hai, thode ki zarurat hai. We've come a long way, and we have a long way to go together. So yeah, I think those are my thoughts.
No, your points are well made, and I think one of the challenges that I think we faced in both of the other in last year and this year is really trying to integrate the engineering side of things into this. I mean, this is a problem that the industry faces by and large. And when you're talking about Renzo Piano and or whatever, if you look at Overoop's designs on various things, I mean, starting from 50 years ago, the integration between the build form and the services, etc., involved a lot of hard work and a lot of technical innovation, and that's kind of necessary. And in some senses, we've got away with that in many parts of Indian industry, especially real estate sector. Tends to manage to get away with it with very little. So I think part of that is a structural challenge of these disciplines actually not talking to each other very much, both in the industry, or let's say maybe a little bit more in the industry, but certainly not in the education sphere. They're governed separately; they deal with that. And bring in people from business school also. I mean, there are not too many business schools that look at the built environment and do real estate, and you can call them off on the fingers of maybe one and a half hands or so. So that's a very useful idea, because the point is you can get you can be very enthusiastic, you can get your fundamentals kind of somewhat right, like Rajan is suggesting. You get kind of drawn into this seductive world of simulation and really cool things which you don't want to deal with. It's an extension of a world in which a lot of young people are happy with social media and video games and stuff like that. So it works very well. But when it comes to the hard bit, which is getting your services designed proper, making sure your working drawings are done, and finally, is it meeting your cost and performance parameters? Those are things that we don't neither teach, or like Swati is saying, you have to sort of re-educate young people when they come into your practices. Fine, they don't understand what contracting is about, what legal liability, all those things which are part of what. And then finally, it may be a little disturbing and somewhat cynical, but if you're not able to sell your ideas to a certain set of people, whether it's commercial clients or otherwise, becomes a little bit of an issue. Fine. But then you're taught that it's all about creativity and changing the world and stuff like that. So it's we are holding we are holding them responsible for a lot of things in this competition. But I hear you that we are making good progress on some things. But even with last year and this year also, getting this enterprise scale element that's done, how do you respond to what people would like? But it's not only a question of responding to what the market wants. Actually, the market, by and large in India, the middle class or the upper middle class wants things that are completely not sustainable, right? We're probably the paragon of just the opposite of what we want. So in a sense, you want to have market shaping behavior in some ways, right? So how do you do that? First of all, you don't know how to deal with the market, and then we're expecting them to say, okay, we want you to change the market so that you want to go net zero and this, that, the other. So and any quick thoughts on that travels? And maybe it's too much to expect that to happen in 9 months, or maybe we have to use some more provocation or some more interesting things to get this message across. So any sort of responses on that, Alok? And then I'd kind of open up the discussion to the rest of you to try and see how we can take this kind of these reflections forward.
Yeah, so I do think, I mean, you're exactly right. And especially when one thinks in the real estate space, I don't, it's so driven by just one factor of cost and affordability that, I mean, even location rarely, if ever, comes into kind of consideration, because that's just the reality in terms of real estate. And, I think that, and that is exactly where some of this is going to be driven by regulation, and some of this is going to be driven by incentives. But there is nothing quite like figuring out how do we make this attractive to the market. And this is not something that, I mean, we should leave to the students. I think as a community we are all trying to figure this out in terms of, even in the green building movements, we started with the whole energy efficiency, water efficiency, and then we figured, no, actually the play is really on health and productivity of your users and your occupants. And that's what we need to be pitching, because, oh, by the way, it's also efficient in terms of water, but your occupants and users will be a lot more productive and healthier in this environment, in these buildings. I think we've also as a community learned to kind of get more, so to speak, top line focused than bottom line focused over the years. So I think that to find what appeals to the aspiration of the users and the buyers, and then to kind of how do we message it for that aspiration, and how do we solve for it, really? Because at the end of the day, if we're not getting that right, we're not going to be able to sell a lot of these solutions.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So I'm just wondering, and sort of open this up so into a wider discussion. So like Rajan said very sharply, Solar Decathlon is trying to fill a gap in our educational process, and this should be something that starts in first year and runs through. So hopefully it will become like that, and then Solar Decathlon will be sort of less useful in time. But it's a long way to go. Fine. I mean, we've got many mountains to climb before we get that far. So given that, we made I think pretty good progress in the last couple of years. We never knew this would work as well as it would. There's a strong pickup that's coming now from industry. Students are doing pretty well. It's a little bit of a stretch for faculty and for mentors. We know how much of time it takes of yours, and we're very grateful for that. But if we were to look a little strategically, across these different sets of actors, like Alok was saying just now, there's policies, there's regulation that's involved in one end, there are incentives in the real estate space which are often constrained by planning and all that kind of stuff that's there, and then of course there's a whole range of challenges in the construction industry itself, and in the practice of what there is, whether it's codes and standards or just the lack of availability of certain kinds of technology that's there. Where would you think we should start focusing on, the for next year and the years as we go forward, Solar Decathlon? I mean, one option, of course, is that we can start moving into the design build. That'll create a lot of new interesting challenges for us, and all of us will be really stretched if we manage to get that far. But in other spaces, how can we start? I mean, this is the beginning of trying to bring together uh, practitioners, academics, and industry, and other stakeholders to try and make a change. So, where do you think we should start from, Marti? And any shifts in focus, anything we should focus on?
If I could just say here, based on my experience with having done something with the Swachh Bharat thing, We made plenty of plans, drawings for people, but the end users would often come back to us and say, "Hey, we have enough toilets. Can you do something about making sure that there's water at least for the 8 hours that the school is going to run, or power for the 8 hours?" So, when you take a multifamily housing or an educational institute or an office, the whole timeline is so elongated. So we don't know what's going to happen to these students. Are they going to be around that long? The teachers, we don't know how the tracking process is going to work. On the other hand, I don't know whether we could look at most socially relevant types, like your rural health centers, your mohalla clinics, your amma canteens, and stuff like that. Because if you really crack the sustainability, the net zero, net power, make it standalone and work successfully, and that becomes a template that is more widely adaptable, and it makes a government a friend of yours to be able to push this message through. Because then we don't have to really worry too much about policy, because we're able to demonstrate it in some way, that this is really working. It's zero water, net zero power, stands alone, does its work, doesn't trouble you, and then the adaptability for it, and people will be more willing to embrace it and scale it up. I mean, that's just
Okay, so what
thought.
I hear you saying, Venkatesh, is that we should start looking also at other forms of social infrastructure, and we're
Yeah.
looking, so we're looking at education buildings, of course, but maybe in the health sector, we should expand this out to deal with things. Of course, when we come at it from just the energy point of view, then, you'll end up dealing with, whatever, ice factories, fine. But I'm not sure there's too much that we can do with ice factories. So obviously there's some things in between that we can pick up. So no, that's a very useful idea, and it'll expand the scope of what can be done, certainly from the design side. Anybody else who want to jump in? I thought, Arti, you may have some reflections from your sort of, your own professional practice in the policy space. Where do we think we should push this further? What can we do better?
Uh, Firstly, I completely second the idea of a design build uh, uh, projects. But other than that, I think there's one improvement that I foresee is probably, what Venkatesh said in the beginning, that it seems that the architecture has been subsumed by the target of achieving energy neutrality. So I believe there's scope for SDI to bring some focus back, to throw the spotlight on architecture as well, and by that I mean probably a little tweaking of the concepts and their relevance to the overall score. Because even Alok, I think, pointed out very correctly that I did not see any convincing idea about the market potential or scalability of these ideas. So I think, it seems that the students have not understood, and I completely, I sympathize with them. It took us years to understand how to frame and phrase market potential and scalability. So I think, and they spend a lot of time in trying to attempt that, which could be probably better spent in resolving their architecture of the building or the strategies. So it's a little tweaking, not a major one, but I see these two, ideas and propositions would probably make a difference to the competition.
Okay, that's useful. I mean, that's a rebalancing in some senses. We'd really look forward to all of your support and many other people coming in on the design build, because that's going to be a real sort of tough run if we are able to sort of jump in and crack that. So, Rajan, I'm just wondering, what would your reflections be? And you'd made a somewhat provocative comment about, not to keeping the faculty out of the discussion in some senses. Are you saying both the faculty and the mentors, or just the faculty? And what can we do to kind of push the envelope in that sense? Or
Okay, before I address that, just want to have a bit of background. I think what we need to do is we need to remove the false sense of accomplishment from this whole stuff by doing a simulation or by reaching a net zero, or even if I'm not reaching a net zero, if I can be a winner, I think it is false sense of accomplishment, and I think we need to remove that. Having said that, the target, if we really want to build a capacity in this country or in the Southeast Asia, both ways, students and faculty, I think it's important that we deal with them separately. Faculty needs to be trained in a separate ways and needs to be capable enough so that they can train students, and students who are currently enrolled in a undergrad or postgrad programs, they need to be provided the resources which they can use irrespective of intermediary. Right now I'm seeing a faculty members and mentors are intermediary, and because their names are there on the in the team, they also have a little bit of responsibility. Under that responsibility, they might allow students to flourish, they may not allow students to flourish. So some of the point which Venkatesh was saying, that we don't see a great creativity, probably there could be other reasons, and that I'm straight away saying that probably faculty members could be reason behind that. Being a faculty member, I know what general kind of discussions we have in the classes, and I do see in other schools of architecture also that sometimes this intermediary becomes they're sort of, they don't allow students to move forward the way they want. I do see importance of having a capacity building in both groups, but probably I'm not of the opinion that both groups needs to be managed in the same slate. So that's what a very short comment I have.
Okay, so just a quick follow up on that. So you think that there's obviously an opportunity to be able to work with faculty members in this space and do something in it. You think Solar Decathlon is a vehicle to make that happen, or that should be done separately? Because faculty members are also constrained by the time that they have to teach, the curriculum that is allowable, and all the other complications we deal with as faculty members in India. So
I mean, if we want to go to nut and bolts, I would say, if you the way the constraint is that if I am a student from CEPT University, I have to pick up a mentor from CEPT University partially. If you have a group of mentors available around the best of the best available in the industry, let CEPT's team pick up somebody from Hyderabad and have them as a, because they feel that this is a great mentor I will have. So this is one way of doing it. What I was suggesting is that uh, capacity building within the Solar Decathlon for faculty members before they come to yeah, can be managed separately, and the competition uh, for the students can be managed separately. That's what I'm suggesting. That not necessarily that each team has to have a mentor, and that.
okay, no,
Thanks.
that's a very interesting suggestion. Now, I've got what you're trying to say just now, saying that we have a separate track as the decathlon becomes more mature. You have a separate track for faculty, and that's continuing and whatever it is, and there should be a pool then of faculty members and mentors that people can choose from. No, I mean, that's a sort of, yeah, it's a fairly radical idea. It's interesting. Of course, then the pool has to be much larger than the number of students in some senses. Otherwise, we'll have everybody.
That means that we have to work harder. We have to work two separate groups, and we have to work harder, and we should be ready to do that. And again, both teams, even I probably would like to imagine that if you allow faculty members to have a design build and students to have a design build, probably students' design build would be much better than faculty members.
Okay, that'll be a nice runoff to have, yeah. So, no, thanks, useful. Swati, yeah, your sort of feedback and comments on this. How can we do better in this space, etc.?
I think what we are trying to do is sensitize. Number one, create the technical pool of people who have the ability to take the net zero building movement forward. But at the same time, I think we also need to sensitize other types of students who will end up becoming decision makers, like students from management institutions, engineering colleges. I think it'll be good to see more engineering students participate in these teams. If most of the universities have a management school, have an engineering school, have an architecture school, art, everyone is there. It's a multidisciplinary place. So it'll be good to have teams with people from various disciplines, not just from architecture or the technical side of it, but from the managerial side of it as well. They're the ones who will end up becoming decision makers in the future. So I think it'll be good to have them part of this process so they see what goes into it and
No,
what can be done.
point well taken. I'm just wondering just now, are you suggesting that we have another set of divisions that allows more cross-disciplinary kind of engagement, or we incentivize the current thing to bring in more engineering school, more management school people?
Incentivize the current team to bring in more. I think the teams are very heavily architecture
Yeah, no,
focused.
I appreciate that. That's true. I think that makes sense. Of course, at one end, we're also arguing to be able to bring in more architecture and design in terms of the process, but That's true. I think the closure, like Alok was saying earlier, and Arti sort of alluded to, we need to bring this, especially if we're going to try and see whether we can test our design build. We need to bring it much closer to the market in some senses,
Yeah.
and students are not ready for it. I'm not sure that just because you have an MBA or a BBA or whatever, you're better ready for the market. They're probably as callow as architects are.
Yes.
Right?
It's
So
just sensitizing them and making them understand that there is a process, making them
exactly.
understand that,
Yeah.
that something like this can be done. So,
Exactly, and also talking across these disciplines in some ways. Fine. I mean,
yeah. And
even
also,
for engineering,
yeah.
that's a useful reflection.
And
Uh,
also, if there could be a solar decathlon for young professionals, I think people who have gone out and started working, I think that would be a great thing. I mean, we are only focusing on students. I mean, what about young professionals? They are also are the future of this country. I think we are.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, I guess 4 or 5 years, we're getting very ambitious here. 4 or 5 years ago, we
Yeah.
didn't have so many young professionals. Now that we
Yes.
have a few of them, we're trying to push them, saying, go out there, change the world, do the stuff that maybe some of us have not been able to achieve as much as of. So
Yeah,
that,
and
that,
all
that's
of them are on the screen right now.
yeah. No, I think Rajan, as Venkatesh was saying, I think we're all growing younger by seeing some of these really interesting things that are happening. People are really pushing the envelope on that. So Jitin, we're about to wrap up your reflections on this, and how do you think we can take things forward? We've got a lot of interesting suggestions here. Some of them very focused, some of them trying to broaden our scope, etc. What's your sense of what we should be doing to make things better and move it forward? I think maybe you
Yeah,
need
more
to
than
your
yeah,
mic.
more
Mic.
than
I agree with Rajan and Swati that more number of people should be brought in. And like Rajan says, it should be taken more seriously. People need to not only rely on simulation, but need to go back to the basics. Arti also said the same, right? Because at the end of the day, we should think of ourselves as design professionals, okay? Because we are designing something, we are looking at building as a design. So just relying initially, of course, we need to rely on all the tools, the technologies, the strategies, everything we have to learn. But at the end of the day, it becomes a design. Even an engineer can design. Whereas the mindset is that, oh, the architect designs and we just look at the systems. No, it should not be. It should be integrated. No? So this is a nice vehicle for people to get sensitized that you're not looking at a uh, uh, building a design as only an architect's, what you call it, uh, as an architect's solution, but it's a solution given by everyone. It's a multidisciplinary approach. Okay? So everyone should think that they are designers and not back off. Okay? Uh, then, as Venkatesh said, you will get better quality of designs. The wow factor will then come in. Initially, people are just grappling with the terms, the tools, the technologies, but slowly it will come together and become an integrated design. That's Alok. So that's my thoughts on the same.
No, so your provocation is an interesting one. I mean, you're saying that we need to sort of take design thinking further into other disciplines. So,
Yeah.
engineering, of course, is meant to be about design, whether it's VLSI and all that kind of stuff, or now quantum computing at one end to other things. Though, of
Yeah.
course, the focus of a lot of technical tech engineering rather than technology education in India is not so much on design. Right? And now business schools are also talking about design. It's becoming fashionable in some senses. So I think you're pushing the envelope and saying we should use design thinking as a way of trying to deal with these kind of systemic questions and
Yes.
use that as a way forward. That's I think
Yeah.
a very useful thought.
Yeah.
And maybe we should build a wider platform, not only among architecture and whatever planning and engineering and whatever it is, MBA schools, but also the heads of some of these educational institutions, because they don't necessarily see this. Fine, design thinking is, I mean, very often it's still about getting a certificate, getting a job. Here we're saying, look, we're trying to enable you to solve problems that are wicked. They're going to become worse. They'll become even more complex, and we have to think of other ways of dealing with it. So that I think is an interesting idea.
Say
Maybe we should.
something, Aro.
Yeah, sorry,
Sorry
Venkatesh, jump
to,
right in.
sorry to interrupt. Not just the heads of those educational institutions, but also the heads of the project partners. You want the CEO of L&T to know this, not just some general manager sitting in Delhi, right? I
Yeah,
mean, you
yeah.
want Mr. Mistry to know that his team is involved in it, not just somebody else.
No, no,
Also, yeah,
that's an important point. Yeah,
one
sorry, sir.
point. Also, I think, most of the time what happens is happening that we see is that they see as net zero as something that can be added on to any building,
Yes.
as an afterthought.
Yeah.
But they need to understand that it has to go through an integrated process from day one. It just can't be added on.
No,
So I
no,
think that's
absolutely.
a kind of sensitization that is required at the decision makers level.
No, no, that's true. I mean, it's not a facade treatment option. Fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's deeply systemic in some senses. No, thanks a lot. That was really useful. I'm sure the SDI team and all of us will actually learn from this, and we're moving forward. I think the entries in the students have been quite remarkable in spite of all the challenges. So let's hope we can challenge them further. We're putting so much of sort of what a hope on their actually changing the world very quickly, getting out in there and doing stuff. So thanks so much. It's been a pleasure having you. Thanks for joining in and helping this make this possible. Alok, Venkatesh, Rajan, Swati, Jiten, and Aarti. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for your time on a Sunday.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
I can hand it back to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your questions prompt the jury about their insights, and their comments will be helpful to us moving forward. And members of the jury, you have dedicated so many hours reviewing their submissions. Thank you for caring so much about the outcome. And it's time for lunch break. And while you take a break, don't forget to visit the photo booth and click pictures. See you all at 1:45 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Our division winners are going in front of the grand jury soon. This year, our grand jury members are from real estate industry. What are they like? What makes them tick? Prasad, can you tell us?
Hi, Amanda. Well, we can certainly find out. We can bring the jury members and ask them some questions and get to know them. I guess our audience is curious to know if these jury members are really grand or they're just like normal people, right? So let's
Okay.
figure that out. We'll ask them some questions and see how grand they are.
Right, that sounds good. So we'll add them up on screen one by one
Yeah.
and then let's check them out. Yeah.
So I'm going to introduce each jury member and ask them a couple of questions so that we can get to know them better. And jury members, be warned that there will be one wildcard question that will come to you as a surprise. And that will give us a good insight onto what your personality is like. So with that, let's start with Jagdish.
I thought like I'll go last.
So, yeah. Jagdish Taluri is an architect with a business degree and with over 19 years of professional experience in design and development of large-scale corporate and institutional projects. So he recently founded a startup called 1EQ EduTech. Jagdish, you started as an architect, worked in a real estate development, then got a business degree, then learned simulations, and then became an expert in integrated design. And now you are running an edutech company, and this
Yes.
is a pretty interesting career path. So can you tell our audience what makes you tick, what keeps you going, what makes you be this sort of high energy person that is changing and doing all of these things?
It's not me, it's the circumstances. I just keep going through. Every year I keep facing a new situation, so I had to pick up new, skills, new learnings, and start all over again. The moment I master into something, some other new crisis comes, and I'm always taken off that project or that aspect of the things.
Interesting. So what was it that got you into edutech?
EduTech, frankly, I was on a sabbatical. One friend asked me, "Can you protect my investment? You have a business degree." Then I said, like, "Okay, I'll help you for 15 days." And then Corona happened, so I became a tech expert during the lockdown.
Okay. Okay. So then, let's, as a grand jury member who has experience with design and real estate, and then of course you also done high performance design. What specifically will you be looking for in the pitches that you're going to see today?
See, I'll be looking at the potential. I'll be looking at whether this idea is implementable. Even, let's say, even 10% implementability is there. That's a good idea to pursue. So if they're on the right path, if they have identified the right problem to solve, if their idea has the potential to change not only one building, but also several of the similar guys who are facing the same problem. So I'll be looking at the scalability aspect, and I'll be looking at the potential for that idea to bring in a larger change for a group of developers instead of one specific problem per se.
Okay. Okay. Can you be a little bit more maybe expansive on what implementability means to you? Like construct, is it constructible? Is it affordable? What? Just can you name a few things that you think make it implementable?
Nothing comes to my mind immediately, but suppose if somebody is doing a, let's say, multi-family housing kind of scenario, or if somebody is doing, let's say, office building kind of scenario, there are several smaller implementable things, like for example, good smart ceiling fans. Okay, if you actually incorporate a good smart ceiling fan, your dependency on air conditioning will also go much lower, not like the 1 2 3 4 5. There are ceiling fans with smart breeze logic.
Okay.
So even something like that, like lifestyle changes where even so smaller things which has wider application range, which is not going to hit anybody's pocket or something. You don't need any what do you say, grand research and like new innovations to happen. Small things can make larger difference if people are implementing and incorporating in the right way. So
Okay.
I'm curious to look at these kind of things.
Okay. So you're looking for net zero solutions that use common sense technologies,
Yes,
common sense innovations that are out in the market, not necessarily bleeding edge stuff that
it's
is believable.
it's the bleeding edge stuff that makes everybody take a step back and say, like, let somebody cut their fingers with the bleeding edge and we'll see what happens.
Yes.
So financial world, that's the issue. Like they'll always want somebody else to burn their hands, and then they'll jump in.
I see. Okay, great. Here's the wildcard question for you, Jagdish. Which food item did you hate while growing up?
Upma.
Upma. Do you still
And
hate
now
it?
I love upma now. I can eat it daily.
Okay, cool. Um, yeah, I hate Upma too. So we're together on that one. I still actually do. So cool. Thanks, Jagdish. I'm going to now ask Devesh to come up on the screen as well. So Devesh is a senior journalist and a seasoned marketer with 16 plus years of experience in journalism, strategic communications, and business advocacy. He's currently the strategic communications advisor to the International Finance Corporation, which is a member of the World Bank Group. Devesh, welcome to the grand jury panel.
Thank you, Prasad. Thank you all behind the show. People really putting a lot of effort. I can see that. Thank you so much.
So, Devesh, and I want our audience to know why. Why did you come to the grand jury panel? Why did you agree to this invitation?
Well, first of all, it's interesting to see young minds putting their thoughts together on this panel. And it's interesting to be associated with something which is futuristic, which talks about our future. As a kid, when I grew where I grew, I come from a small town. I see there were a lot of problems, especially with housing. These solutions will bring a change, and they are sort of an enabler for our future. And I think it's always good to understand these solutions, always good to learn. I'm still learning. So
Okay.
with that mindset, I'm here. I'm here to learn with from my peers and of course from the presentations. But having said that, over the years, I have seen a lot of heartburn when it comes to applying the techniques and methods while building and construction. Unfortunately, our society has not been very up for those changes, and unfortunately, real estate industry as per se, especially construction industry, has been a laggard. Hasn't been doing very well of late. We see problems of insolvency. We see problems related to faulty construction and things like that. We need to think about the future. So I'm
So
here
you
with that concept.
Great. So you're looking for the students to present something that can be getting away from these problems that we've been seeing.
Yes, yes. I would want to see those solutions. I would love to see
Okay.
those solutions for the
And
industry.
then I would also challenge you to provide comments when you see the solutions that are falling into the same trap.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Of course, I would love
Great.
to.
Yeah. Great. So, and then as a journalist who hasn't been actually involved in building design and construction per se, um, other than this one aspect that you talk, what else are you expecting from the pitches?
How much of these are, as Jagdish said, how much of these are scalable or
Hmm.
implementable? Are these going to apply to all in general across cities? See, we have a diverse set of weather patterns, geographical terrains, and We have a lot of diversity as a country, so we need to come up with a customizable solution to housing and construction in general for all regions in the country and of course in the world. So how implementable these ideas would be and how saleable these ideas would be. Will it appeal to a common man when it comes to single housing? Will it appeal to a office occupier when it comes to an office building? So these solutions should have that mass appeal and should have that foreseeability and implementability.
Okay, very good. Yeah, so let's hope that we get some entries that are able to excite you about these aspects and can meet some of your expectations.
Sure.
And if not, I hope that at least the students are listening to what you're saying, and they can tweak their pitches accordingly.
Of
Let's see if
course.
that happens. Yeah, thanks a lot. And
Thank you.
but before we go away, here's your wild card question. What adjective would you use to describe yourself?
Oh, that's a difficult one. You have put me on spot. Yeah, I would say a student, a keen student.
Okay, so a
Yeah,
constant learner.
a constant learner, a keen student, still learning, and as we grow, as I grow old. Yes.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's exciting. I'm glad to have you and on the panel.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you so much.
Likewise.
Yes. So the next person that we are going to have is Harleen Oberoi. And Harleen is a senior vice president at Tata Realty. He has 30 years of experience in project management and the construction process across India and the overseas market. So, Harleen, you've been quite enthusiastic about Solar Decathlon India, and very professional in the way you've been sort of interacting with our team. Last year, you were also a project partner, and I want to ask you one of the question that I asked Devesh. What is it that made you say yes to be on the grand jury?
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Prasad, for having me again on the SDI. Always excited. You know what I find the most exciting here is that we do number of projects and we have number of project partners, stakeholders. We work with designers, consultants, and a battery of all of them. And certain somewhere I find that they always play the safe design. Okay, and while some of them may be innovative, but they will always, there is a limitation of batteries. They will never try to exceed that. There is somehow always a fear of commercial risk, etc., and all. And that is one item which I find in these students who participate and present their case or design a project and a product. They do not carry that, you know carry that load, and they really have very fresh ideas and very bright ideas most of the time. And they make it a compulsing case to go through, and I do read each one of them, and it take a lot from whatever the ideas have been put in and fresh suggestions. So this is a depository for me which is full with novel, fresh, innovative ideas.
Fantastic. So I guess you'll be looking for fresh ideas, the things that your supply chain or your team isn't able to deliver because of the baggage that they carry with the experience that they have, etc. And what the students are able to come up with as new ideas, right? That's what you're looking for. Fantastic. One question that I have, you've been involved with Solar Decathlon India last year as well as a project partner, and this year you're on the grand jury. You know that we have these 10 contests. Out of those 10 contests, as they relate to climate change, I think there are three that are very specific in that sense. One is related to climate change mitigation, which is the net zero energy building contest. Then we have the one that is related to water, which is the net zero water challenge or contest. And that's not about mitigation, it's about helping people be self-sufficient. And then there is this larger sort of self-sufficiency or climate change adaptation related contest called resilience, which is sort of to help make buildings that are um, more more adaptive to climate change, where people can continue to be inhabit them in terms, when hazards occur, and be able to use them in more flexible ways. Out of these three contests, do you have a preference for anyone?
Yeah, I will tell you, Saad, that all three of them are equally important.
Okay.
When we conceive a project, and and we design, and there's a design which has evolved over a lot of thought process, and a product is done. Let's say we do a large IT park, and we are able to complete that in a 3 year or 5 year horizon. What happens after that in the total life cycle of the project or the building is that every day there's a thought that how do we bring down the cam charges, which is a common area maintenance charges, which is basically a factor of energy. Okay. And every day we are grappling with what solutions can we provide, to these certain hits which may have, like this pandemic, which has caught us off guard now. And we have to reassure the campus occupants to come to the campus again where they're safe. So in order of priority, if I have to take, if I say energy is, if I rate it on priority, that will not be a just cause, because many factors, some of them right at the time of inception of a project become play a critical role. Some during the tenure of life cycle of the project become critical and vital. So the consideration has to be given to these all three right at the day one when you're conceiving a project, so that you have a safe, not only setting up a project, delivering it, but operating and maintaining it also going forward.
Sure. Okay. Very good. So you give all three of those contests sort of equal importance, and look for it as an integrated solution that provides
Yes.
all these things. Great. So here's your wildcard question. Should be an easy answer, I think. What shoe size do you wear?
Sorry?
What shoe size do you wear?
I am always in dilemma for my shoe size, whether it is 7 or 8.
Excellent.
and, and also Prasad, I am a cusp. So I take it to my privilege. If Aries read better, then I take that forecast. If you Taurus read better, I read that.
Wonderful. Yeah. Maybe we'll start getting a flurry of requests on Amazon.com or something for shoe size 7 and 8 now after they hear your answer. Great. Thanks, Arlene. The next person that we move, yeah. The next person that we move on to is, um, do we have Dipanshu? I think Dipanshu hasn't joined yet. So the next person that we'll move on to then is Devaraja. Yeah. Hi, Devaraja.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Devaraja helps the electrical and HVAC function at Soba Developers. He has over 28 years of experience with IT companies, high-rise apartments, hotels, offices, and I'm sure some other building types that I've not listed here.
It is there. Lot of
Right?
hotels in all we have done. Okay.
Yes, right. So Devaraja, with the wide experience that you have with different types of buildings, according to you, what's the most difficult aspect of putting together a building? Is it the design? Is it the construction? Is it coordination? Is it some specific building system? When you think back on your career, what is the most challenging or difficult aspect of putting together a building?
Basically, the coordination. The design, some people are doing the design, they are expertising that. Some people are expertising their execution. See, they basically this expertise of that vertical of construction, either in the execution or in the design, from the beginning of the area, they come with that. Okay, when come to certain stage, that coordination is the one which projects always is a very good project, you can say, with a proper coordination, either from the design to the purchase to the execution to the delivery and handing over to the client level. Okay, this coordination to starting to the end, coordination actually making a very good role, actually more responsible role in the construction industry, I can say.
Okay, okay.
Of course,
So,
equal responsibility is there with the design and execution, but
uh,
more and more responsibility to make it better is with the coordination person.
okay. So you're looking at coordination through the lifetime of the project or the various stages of the project.
Yes, yes,
In,
yes,
in addition to the coordination between, say, the different design disciplines, engineering disciplines, architecture, civil, etc. Beyond that, you're also looking at the timeline of coordination or coordination
yes,
across the timeline of the project. Okay.
yes.
And I suppose then feedback, and experiences of project and all that is what helps through this. I'm wondering how our students will be able to convince you about the value of or their insights into coordination, in the way you're looking at it. It'll be interesting to see what you're able to
I'm
find and what you're
excited.
able to
I'm
come up.
excited in that.
Yeah, yeah. So other than this one aspect of coordination, maybe what are some of the other things you're expecting from the student pitches?
See, basically, students are new mind, with a new innovative. Most of the student what I saw now, it's a very very innovative things. Out of the box they think. Sometimes with our experience, we generally go with some kind of the standard, some kind of the we have done last year. We want to continue. We want to continue with the next year. Okay, the new innovative students, students, they always come with the new ideas, which sometimes we surprise. Okay, yes, you would have done before. Okay, see, these are the things which definitely with the new generation we would like to. I would like to see, and our always we learn from the students. We always in the throughout our life is we are students, actually
Right.
more than anything. Okay, so this is what I expect from the
Wonderful. Well, I hope the students are able to give you innovation and fresh new ideas, and let's see how it goes. Your wildcard question, Devaraja, is what is your favorite cuisine?
favorite
Cuisine. What's the favorite food type?
time early in the morning.
Early in the morning. But do you like which kind of food do you like?
Generally,
Like
generally, in the as a south, this an idli vada kind of the things.
okay, so we have somebody who loves upma, and now we have somebody who loves idli.
Yeah.
Idli vada. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Devaraja. Let's hope you get to see a fantastic presentation from the students.
Thank you, Prasad.
So, okay, so the next jury member that we are going to move on to is Arun Kumar BS. He's the head of engineering. Hi, Arun. Is it Arun or Arun Kumar? How do I address you?
Arun Kumar.
Arun Kumar, yeah. So Arun Kumar is the head of engineering for Oberoi Realty with over 37 years of experience in the construction industry. And he's worked on high-rise and low-rise buildings, also on infrastructure projects, and then hospital, schools, offices, township development. So breadth of experience in the kinds of projects that you've done. So I guess I'm going to ask you somewhat of a similar question. What made you say yes to be on the jury panel?
I'm also, I will be in line with Mr. Arlene and Devraja.
Okay.
Since I'm also in the construction industry, we face a lot of construction doabilities. And as Mr. Devraja said, we have been doing ever since we have started the project. There's no changes, and we don't have time to think on the changes. But if a student comes as a budding student, they can implement the changes right at the beginning. And students have a different thought process. We have a thought of we have set deadlines and all those things, milestones to be achieved. but a student's thinking is wild, and the student power is totally different. So I expect them to think on the construction doability, and again, as one of the jury said, that a small innovation like a ceiling fan, which could automatically switch on, something like that, the most simple thing that makes a lot of changes. And then, most importantly, the construction workers. Since I'm having an experience of more than 37 years, I'd like to just tell that when I started my career, I never thought of a small excavation done with a machine. It was always a manual. So after some 10 years of my entry into the field, I saw an excavator, a JCB. I was amazed to see it. But today, no work happens without a JCB. Do you agree? So that's revolution has happened in our Indian construction industry. But the safety and then the doability has to improve. In that process, maybe we'll have sustainability, development, all those things. And I definitely look forward for this enthusiastic student mind putting in
Great.
some good knowledge in that.
Yeah. So you're looking for fresh new ideas from the students, different, something different from what we normally see. But you also want to look for some ideas that are simple or readily implementable enough that you can take back with you and say, you know what, I get it. I'm going to do this on my project. Something like that as well. Excellent.
Yes.
Any kind of other expectation that you have from the pitches, the kind of presentation, the kind of information that will get presented to you? What are you expecting?
I expect that the students present their innovation, but I want to find out if that particular student has the passion to do it. It is not just for the sake of presentation. It should be for their own implementation, and they should have the passion to do it.
And you want that passion to come through in their presentations.
Exactly. I want to find out
Great.
if they have the passion to do that, implement it.
Yeah. Well, I hope the presenting students are listening to this and pump up the passion and come to the presentations. So great. So Arun Kumar, here's your wildcard question. You worked on so many projects that have been high rise, low rise, etc. Did you have any project at all that skipped the 13th floor button in the lift?
Uh, that question was there, but we never skipped it because you said that number 13 is a bad number or a wrong number or a bad sign, right?
Yeah.
No. We could
No.
not.
Okay.
We could not. We never skipped in any project.
Okay, great. So fantastic. So all your floors are accessible by lift, and that's a very good policy to have. Very good. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to having you on the jury, and really hope that we can get some presentations that are that can really give you what you're looking for here from the students. So yeah, see you soon. Amanda, are we back? So what do you think? Was that helpful?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was very helpful. And I think the students are ready now to
Okay.
finally present. Yeah.
So what do you think? Are these jury people grand or are they normal? Um,
I don't know about normal, but they seem like a very interesting people.
okay. And interestingly enough, they're all looking for innovations from the students. They're looking for
Yes, they are.
students to set the new direction for going forward. So that's really nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's go to the grand jury presentations and see what new innovations they can present to the grand jury. So before that, we need a 5-minute break to set up the session. Okay, now our team members are here. We will begin the grand jury presentations from the winners of the six divisions. These division winners have cleared the hurdles of our challenge. The division jury thought that these teams topped their divisions. Some of their projects are close to market ready. Now they will make a short pitch to the grand jury. Each team gets just 5 minutes to make their pitch. And our grand jury will play the role of potential investors. Of the six, they will pick one project that they think might be worth investing in. And who knows, maybe they will really build some of this design. But let's find out how things shake out in the grand jury presentations. So, our first presentation is from Team Tejaswi, the winner of the Community Resilience Shelter Division. So, let's do a quick AV check for our presenters here. So, we have Mehak and Swarna here. Can you say something?
Yeah, hi.
Okay, great. You guys are audible. Please share your screen and go in the presentation mode.
Yes.
Okay, looks like you haven't shared your screen yet.
Ma'am, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, sure. So you will get 5 minutes to present your work to the jury, and at the 40th minute, I will signal you. So you won't have a 6 minute, which means at the 5 minutes, I will stop you and ask you to end your presentation. Right? Okay. You have shared your screen. Right. Okay, great. So stage is yours now. All the best.
Good afternoon to all the jury members. We are Team Tejasvi. We are the divisional winners of Community Resilience Shelter, and it is a great opportunity to present at Grand Jury. So we hereby present you our Community Resilience Shelter Vansha Sahaya.
Our design aims at encouraging the women of Mizing community to become self-reliant in terms of income by providing workspace for bamboo weaving and also manifest emotion of harmlessness and effortlessness adaptable by the local people during and pre-disaster. Hence, the name Vansha Sahaya in Assamese, which means a helping hand for community. Our site is located in Nikori village of Golaghat district, Assam. We tried that the shelter can be used in both pre-disaster and during disaster time. In pre-disaster, community hall being used for panchayat and spreading information, and the first floor being utilized by the women of Mizing community for as workspace to practice handicraft, and the community hall will be used as medical purposes and male and female dorm, and also for the cattle safety during disaster times. In order to make our building resilient against flood, we opted wet flood strategy. The structural skin has been designed with bamboo bracing in middle of cow dung providing fire resistance against fire, and the steel lattice bracing is also been done to ensure resistance against shear stresses of earthquake.
Now, talking about innovations, we try to enrich the sources and resources available to us locally to make sure that the local people feel more cozy and connected during the hard times. For designing and structure, we use locally available materials, dynamic and adaptable spaces, and efficient multipurpose buildings. For water performance, we use grey water treatments using multimedia filter beds and activated carbon filter beds, effective rainwater filters, inline check walls, effective fixtures, and wet flood proofing is provided. For energy performance, we implemented maximum power point tracking algorithm and made use of the flow battery management and storage system. Now, talking about energy, in order to make sure that the building energy secure, we harvested solar energy as a renewable sources of energy. We improved we improved the solar harvesting systems by using the most efficient PERC solar panels. Uh, Perks on they reflect light into the cells, increasing the amount of solar radiations that gets absorbed, and MPPT algorithms used to track the maximum solar energy uh, during the entire day. Previous. Yeah, we achieved EPI value 59%, 59 kilowatt per hour, and energy consumption was reduced by 50%. Next. Yeah. For ensuring proper operations of the building and integration with the energy systems, we use flow active battery management systems. To further reduce the cost of electricity consumption, we did the efficient lighting simulations to avoid the unnecessary use of light.
As we can see through this diagram, our site has net zero water cycle throughout the year, with 52% annual water demand will be met through our water system, 27% reduction in annual water demand through aerators and fixtures, and 15% less reliance on municipal water supply. For affordability part, we have reduced the cost by 40% through efficient fixtures, and for the electricity consumption, nearly 88% of our electricity demand can be catered through solar panel itself, and with 12% reliability on grid sources.
Now, talking about scalability and market potential, we worked with sustainability of a project using Zeren bricks and bamboo walls. Vancha Sahaya provides help to the community and generates its own revenue. To make it happen, our shelter has potential to collaborate with few organizations like NEEDS, Swarnirbhya Nari, and National Bamboo Mission at Atal Amrit Abhiyan. Sustainable development goals gives the direction and helps that each and every part is selectively catered to make the shelter eco-friendly. Now we would like to thank Solar Decathlon India for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Tejasvi. You guys completed on time. So let's go to the jury now. So, Jagdish, can you give us some comments or questions for Team Tejasvi?
Oh, I don't have any questions, but it's quite interesting how you guys have utilized the natural materials and also tried to use the activities where how the locals are using these things in the daytime. Only one small observation that I had was like, have you guys thought of using hydroelectricity, considering it's Assam and there's a lot of water, and during the calamity times, the solar power may not be reliable because cloudy sky and all. So just that's the only passing thought I had. Otherwise, brilliant work.
Sir, we have tried to use it, but as it was not a good option for us, because we don't we can't rely on that particular aspect. So that's why we chose not to use it as a major thing, and we opted for the solar more than the hydral power.
Great, great.
Yes, sir.
And
On
again,
adding on to this, sir, our orientation of the building is very well done. That we don't need those sources during the time of disasters. Our building is well ventilated and well lit up, so we don't need external forces for that.
okay, brilliant.
Great. Thank you, Team Tejasvi. Now let's get ready for the next presentation from the Construction Worker Housing Division.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next presentation is from Team Nexa, the winner of the on-site Construction Workers Housing Division. So let's do a quick AV check for the presenters here. Talib and Shuja, can you say something?
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
I hope
Amanda.
I'm audible. Yes, both of you are audible. Please share your screen and go to the presentation mode.
So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, we can see your screen. All right. So you will have 5 minutes to present to the jury here. At the fourth minute, I will signal you. So stage is yours. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Team Nexa is presenting Jamia Millia Islamia as a set goals to achieve connectivity among lives. Different individuals with different backgrounds within the construction industry came together to create a net zero modular construction worker housing. We collaborated with L&T as our project partner, Nivasa and Structure Eco as our industry partners for providing us with the ground reality and guiding us in the designing workman's habitat. The proposed habitat by L&T is in Ardoi village, Rajkot. The ongoing Swani Yojana requires the workman's habitat for every 6 months to a new site. The modularity and transportability without any damage caused to the site and the structure, along with the human housing conditions, was the main challenge. We analyzed the demographic breakdown of 150 occupants, divided them into bachelors and family category. Site plan shows dwelling units along with the central kitchen, separate bathrooms for bachelor and family, and a creche for the children's, and first aid room, offices, and farmland. Assembling process begins with the placement of I-beams with the C-channel girdles on the top of the compacted soil. I-beam bracing is then placed, panels are then slid in, fenestrations are then attached to the frame and panels. Further, roof bracing is placed and attached to the panels using J-bolts. Finally, the solar panels are placed. The collaboration with the industry partner Structure Eco uses straw panels. The panels have thermal conductivity of around 0.195 watt per meter Kelvin, which makes them 5 times better solar insulation. The design of a dwelling unit is collapsible, lightweight, and can be assembled and dismantled on the site. The same frame is used to build other aforementioned spaces on site. The module comes with ease of variation options where the size of the room can be changed by just increasing the number of frames. Alternatives to the conventional planes, we have proposed, depending on the soil conditions, these two foundations that are structurally transportable and modular. The design conditions considers the separation of family and bachelor occupants. Privacy is maintained by providing separate sanitary modules and is placed in the middle of the site zone for better transparency. There is also an open air kitchen with divisions for bachelors and the families. A 14% window to wall ratio with diagonal placement of the windows enhances the air circulation within the module. We have achieved the total thermal comfort of 39,003 out of 54,075 operational hours.
Water demands are kept low by using aerators, slow flowing fixtures, and improved behavioral measures from 35 liters per day to 39 liters per day. Furthermore, with the help of threefold wastewater treatment and providing rainwater harvesting, the water demand was balanced during the 4 months of monsoon and 23 liters per day during the rest of the year. Using passive measures of shading and selection of materials lowered the EPI from 35 to 15 kilowatt hours per meter square per year per module. The total required energy for the entire site is a 22,770 kilowatt hours per year, and the solar panels provider is around 52,000. So our site is net zero positive. To provide resilience, we first identified the potential risks and proposed solutions to reduce the structural vulnerability using suitable materials and proper connection between structural members. The passive design provides next slide. The passive design provides 2,880 hours of thermal comfort. Autonomy of critical functions is also taken care of. We introduce a new context of policy making that sets out to create a standard set of guidelines that cater to enhancing the living conditions and focus on uplifting the communities into a socially and economically safe space. Current workmen's housing is made from precast concrete, metal pipes, timber, and bamboo. All these materials are usually leftovers and discarded from construction. These frames cannot withstand any calamity, are non modular, and cannot be transported. Cost effective construction was an important step when choosing materials and construction techniques. The proposed dwelling unit costs around 1,075 rupees per square feet, which is 28.3% cheaper than what the current market design offers. One can design a module one can design a module with variations and offer multiple permutations and combinations in both x direction and in y direction, and fenestration arrangements as well, depending upon the site conditions and site orientation. The collapsible module offers easy transportation, as four modules can be transported in one cargo truck because the structure is entirely collapsible. Finally, we showcased our work and our journey to improve the habitat conditions on social media platforms by publishing photos, new species, and related articles. Overall, this was a very informative experience for all of us, where we understood as role of designers towards sustainability. That would be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow. Great, guys. You guys completed exactly on time. Thank you. So now let's go to the jury now. Um, so Arun Kumar, do you have any comments or questions for Team Nexa here? Okay. We are not able to hear you, but other jury members, do you have any questions or comments for the team, for Team Nexa?
Yeah, Devraj. So, see, in the construction, all the whatever you have considered is excellent, wonderful. The one question is, how are you managing the sewage part? See, electricity you considered, how exactly, construction activities and all these things, collapsible, all these, everything is okay, excellent. Okay, how are you managing the sanitary part? That is very, very important. As a hygienic of that, when the labors and all those things. What did you plan for that?
Yeah. So for the waste treatment, firstly we tried to get the equipment which would be urine separating toilets, and will be separating the urine which can be reacted with the screw white and can be transported as a solid unit, and then that particular can be used in the gardens through some reactions which will eventually make it more hygienic. And also the waste coming as a black water can be directly treated firstly through the rubber tubes. Rubber tubes would separate the water and the grease, and then further it will be channelized through the water ions. And these treatment of water hymen has to be changed in a regular interval, and that would be suffice for this particular area of construction work.
One more point, my observation is, see, you plan for the families and the bachelors separately. That excellent idea. Though you don't have that experience, whatever you consider really an excellent. But in that, when come to the family part, okay, there should be some childrens, below 18 age, or
Yeah.
how exactly what your plan for that? Any idea on that?
Yes, sir. During a site, when we were showing the site plan, we mentioned the construction of a creche there. So, creche, they are basically anganwadis for children under the which are in the infant stage, and they can be taught there, and they can be a play school there that can be temporarily made there for the children of the family workers there.
Also, the family cluster has a very good courtyard, so there could be some playful instruments and toys that can be used, or some similar equipment that can be used for them for playing.
Great. My thank you.
Shuja,
Any other?
is your housing COVID proof? Workers' housing? So, in the lighter vein, we were asked to revise our labor camps in this pandemic situation, and there were certain guidelines which were issued. So, and I think your whole proposal was developed in the COVID duration only. So, it's worth implementing all those requirements in the design piece.
Yeah.
So
So
that can
initially,
be implemented.
yeah, Talib, go
I'll
ahead.
re-articulate
Yes.
what Devaraja sir was asking. Is there any different kind of modules you have developed for the children related facilities or community
Sir,
facilities? I
yes, sir.
think that's what maybe.
Yes, sir. The crash
So
that
these
is
were the
developed
modules.
on site.
Yeah.
The crash that was developed on site is specially made using the same frames that is used during the dwelling unit planning, and it will be open on three sides with roof, and it can be the frames can be attached to create any sort of any sort of large or small space that can be
School
needed in
or
future.
community spaces. Yeah.
Yes, sir. The same frames can be multiplied as was shown in the scalability part and modularity part.
Okay, so Team Nexa, thank you so much. And jury members, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you
move
very
on
much.
to the next presentation. So, our third presentation is from Team EcoCult, the winner of the Office Building Division. So, we have Sanjana and Preksha from Team EcoCult. Let's do a quick AV check for both of you.
Hi, am I
Hello, am I?
audible?
Okay, great. Yeah, both of you are audible. Please share your screen and go into the presentation mode.
Yes. I hope my screen's visible.
Yes, it is visible. Okay. Yeah. So you will have 5 minutes to present to the jury. And at the fourth minute, I will signal you. Okay. So the stage is yours. All the best.
Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all present here. We, Team EcoCult, are a group of 15 students from RV institutions and are extremely privileged to be a part of this journey of exploring net zero office buildings. We would like to thank our project partner, Team Global Logistics Private Limited, and our industry partners. This project, Sat Pranali, located in PV Koval Street, Mylapore, Chennai, is the regional office proposal for the Team Global Logistics Private Limited. With a plot area of 780.67 square meters, the site falls under continuous building areas with an FSI of 3.2. Our proposed built-up is 2,486 square meters. The main aspects integrated in our design are overhead tanks for fresh water, treated water, and fire water situated on the terrace, radiant cooling system with DOAS, 100% comfort hours met through mixed mode and passive comfort system, lobby zoned to periphery to allow natural ventilation, facade integrated noise absorbing panels, double skin green wall. The building achieves a balance between form and function. There's a net reduction in life cycle cost by 30%. Provision of fire protection system. Effective ventilation system, better indoor air quality and visual comfort achieved. Steel floor parking system as a protection against floods. Monocrystalline solar PV of efficiency 19.2% and sound absorbing panels to meet 100% building energy requirements. Integration of rainwater harvesting system and effective treatment of black and grey water, and 85% daylight achieved. Envelope optimization and right choice of materials and calculating U values for walls, roof, and windows helped in reducing cooling loads. We use low VOC and eco-friendly materials. The total project cost is 15.27 crores, which is 3.7% higher than that of the baseline cost. The life cycle costing per tonnage for 10 years reduces by 10 lakhs by using radiant cooling instead of the BRF system. The maintenance cost reduces by 57%, while the operational cost reduces by 54% over the 10 years. The payback for the additional capital cost of radiant cooling is achieved in 7.5 years, and for solar PV, it's in 25 years. By using AAC blocks instead of bricks, the dead load reduces by 58%, and the cost per square meter of the walls reduces by 39%. The cost of solar panels and noise absorbing panels is 10 lakhs and 90,000 respectively. Chennai has an average noise level of 67.8 decibels during the day. Therefore, to combat this issue, we have developed a noise absorbing modular product that makes use of the noise, converting it into electrical energy. These panels can be easily plugged onto any surface with incident noise energy across all climates and typologies of the structure. The current prototype costs about 900 rupees per panel, and these costs can come down with further development. Our second innovation proposal is the terracotta blocks, which are placed along the wind direction towards the southeast. The tapering of the block helps to reduce the temperature and maximize the airflow into the building, which in turn reduces the cooling load and has been used as part of the irresistible staircase. The cost of terracotta modules ranges from 50 to 80 rupees. These prefabricated blocks can be inbuilt into the 115 thick walls facing the direction of the wind, further adding aesthetically pleasing effects to the facade. By keeping this proposal as a prototype and with minimal changes, this building can be adapted to suit the needs of users in similar climatic conditions and scale, irrespective of its typology due to the open floor plan proposal. Even though the demand for the office sector faced a fall during the pandemic lockdown, post pandemic, office space recorded a 25% on year growth. Small size or compact offices are making their way into high end office buildings because of the growing demand for such spaces from mid sized firms and startups. Many of these companies want to operate out of prime commercial buildings but don't need large spaces. This is how Team EcoCult has designed Sat Pranali as a user friendly, resilient, affordable, energy, and water efficient office building. Thank you.
Thank you, Team EcoCult. That was a good presentation. Now let's hear from the jury members here. So, any questions or comments for Team EcoCult?
Yeah, hi. So, Sanjana and team, very good work done. Excellent. We have done a large IT park in Chennai, Ramanujam IT Park, and I'm sure all the parameters which have gone into the design there have been captured here, and which is good to note. Just a tidbit advice, and although I know this building is, built to suit for an end user, but did I notice that there is an reach and access for a physically challenged person on all the floors in the building? So that's one consideration, because various countries, including our country, now has disability law, and compliance to that is must. The second is about being a bit smart economically. In state of Tamil Nadu, there is a dual tariff system. So the tariff rate for power are different in morning and in the evening. One can very nicely make use of that, in this design by using some different systems of air conditioning, storages, etc., which are there. So, so these are a couple of suggestions, but otherwise, pretty good design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan. Any comments or questions from other jury?
At one point, I just noticed that you are able to, manage all your energy demand through solar, 100%. Can you elaborate?
It's through solar PV panels as well as noise absorbing panels.
Okay.
So the could we share the screen again? So
Yeah, please.
Uh, so these sound absorbing panels is basically just since previously mentioned, the western part of the facade faces the main road, which has a lot of traffic. So there's a noise level of almost 67.8 decibels. So using this, the noise absorbing panels almost act as kind of a reverse speaker. So the membranes start vibrating when the sound passes through it, and the mechanical energy is converted to electrical energy. So this can create more than 4,000 kilowatt hours of energy, and it contributes to the total energy requirement as well. And the rest is satisfied by the solar PV panels.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We also have a buffer of 4%, which we can use it for future expansion as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, team. And thank you, jury members, for giving very helpful inputs. Our next presentation is from Team Arnima, the winner of the single family housing division. So let's do a quick AV check for our presenters here. We have Yash and Tanay.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello,
Can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Okay, yes, great. I can hear you both. Please share your screen and go into the presentation mode. Can you go on a presentation mode, Tanay?
Yes, ma'am. I am in the presentation mode.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Uh, okay, great. Yeah. So you can go in a presentation mode now. And so you will have 5 minutes to present to the jury. So Tanay, it's still not on a presentation mode. Yeah, can you click on the slideshow mode?
Uh, is it visible now? Yes, I am
No.
doing that. No idea.
Okay. Are you facing some technical issue? Do you want to reshare your
Yes,
screen?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. So is it now visible?
Yes, great. Yeah, great. Okay, so 5 minutes for to present your presentation to the jury members, and at the fourth minute, I will signal you, right? So all the best.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. A house is a mega structure which belongs to living, but a home is a structure which forms the identity of the space around. There has its own fascinating vernacular architectural style, but due to the recent change in government norms and development, it has ignited the concretization. We, Team Arnima, take up this vision of preserving this identity by proposing an ideal net zero home. Leh is a cold desert with extreme temperature both in winters and summers, which makes it hard for people to live in. Hence, due to these extreme temperatures and topography, they face severe issues like thermal issues, water scarcity issues, electricity issues, and resilience. The site is located in Tikse village, which is 15 kilometers from Leh town. Considering the weather conditions, the individual modules were tilted and made perpendicular in north-south direction. The site is contoured with site area of 4480 square meters, with 448 square meter per module. The massing and planning of the building structure is done considering the extreme climate and their lifestyle. Provision of buffer spaces, livable spaces on southern side with larger openings, sun space and prayer hall on the upper floors are implemented to form a compact planning. The levels help us to inculcate the symbiotic relation of humans and animals. The views showing the interior of kitchen and the elevation gives the traditional essence of living. Community spaces and services are well thought of at site level with shaded seating and native vegetation which promotes the cultural celebration of that region. Thermal comfort is well achieved through various solar passive strategies and active strategies like earth warming, symbiotic heat gain, sun space, trom wall on southern facade which includes dry toilet, insulated walls and roofs. We have also tried innovating the radiant heating system and their traditional heating system known as Bukhari, where wood is replaced by biogas to generate heat. These strategies help the design by keeping the indoor spaces warmer, thus maintain the thermal comfort. The region faces issues of constant power cutoffs, and so we try to generate 100% of grid energy, out of which 15% energy is generated through solar panels and 85% energy is generated through biogas. We have achieved an API of 66.08 kilowatt hour per meter square per year, which is 34% reduction in energy demand compared with the benchmark API of 100 kilowatt hour per meter square per year, which eventually saves the cost. This is the process of generation of energy with the help of solar panels and second with the help of biogas. Leha being a cold desert faces water scarcity issues, and so the main approach is to achieve net zero water system. Annual water consumption is 180 kiloliter, out of which 154 kiloliter grey water is generated and 26 kiloliter is black water. 85% water gets recycled through root zone system, which is used for different purposes like irrigation, radiant heating, biogas, and for domestic purpose. We also proposed ice stupa of 7.5-meter high in Thikse village at higher altitude, which generates 2 to 2.5 kiloliter of water, out of which 45 kiloliter of water will be used for our site, and the remaining will be shared with the other communities. Leh being a highly earthquake-prone region, it is necessary to make the structure earthquake resilient. For that, we have used horizontal lintel bands and vertical wooden bands. Lightweight materials are used. The structure is supported by a stone pier wooden beam system forming a grid. By excavating the site, the raw material, that is earth, is generated, which eliminates the cost of material and transportation. Hydronic radiant heating system was chosen over the electric as it is more beneficial and suitable for our project, which reduces the cost per square meter by 1081 rupees. Hence, the final cost of Nilaya housing is 6 millions. As per local contractor, the project is expected to complete within 5 to 6 months. The use of locally available on-site generated materials such as stone, wood, mud, and wool will help us to promote the local traditional construction market. It also generates revenue for local masons and result in faster construction. This all in turn increase the local market and help to resist the change in market. The modules are arranged in a group of 8, which forms a community. This can be replicated with some modifications into different parts of layout. The main motto is to promote this idea into various parts of the country, blending the traditional vernacular architecture with modern techniques to achieve a net zero approach. Through Nilaya Housing, we have achieved an affordable net zero house with a blend of traditional vernacular architecture and culture for living. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Team Arnima. Now let's go to the jury. So, Arun Kumar and Devesh, do you have any comments or questions for the team?
Yes, Tanay, yes, great presentation. Thank you for that. Just
Thank you,
one
sir.
observation and query is how do you really plan to market this technique of yours? And I really am excited about the fact that it takes 5 to 6 months to complete. How would you
So,
really market this and take it forward?
yes, sir. So as the site is contoured, we are creating levels in our design. So it will help to generate the on-site material, which is mud, which we will use as a hollow CSCB block in our design. So we are generating material on site. We are making and preparing the material on site, which will be used in building. This will ease the construction process and it will help to also save the time and save the cost. This will eventually,
Yes.
sir. Hello.
Yeah, yes, but how do you wish to promote this design? I mean, is there any plan for this?
Sir,
Actually,
this
it
design.
being a
Yes, yes. Tell me.
yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
it being a vernacular architecture which is locally uh, which is locally implemented there. So the masons and the workers would also be used to it. But recently the market is changing, and so to promote this, we are actually achieving this. So one model which will be replicated on the site would again create opportunities as they will understand the benefits of the vernacular architecture and the cost cutting that is which is beneficial for themselves, as it in turn reflects in the economy as well. because the materials are generated on site. The locally other materials are locally available, and we are also reusing the pashmina wool, which actually cuts the cost for the insulation as well. So this will in turn affecting the economy, which would again be beneficial and could be promoted in the region through these pointers.
Sure.
Thank you, jury members. Any questions from Arun Kumar or comments?
Yeah, very good presentation. It's really good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
One observation. Since it is in that lay region, you are used to the different contours to have a different
Yes, sir.
levels, right? But
Yes, sir.
going forward, if you are planning to implement elsewhere, maybe the thought process should change, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Okay, you can
Yes.
keep that in mind.
Yes, sir.
Good
Yes.
luck, good luck, very good, well done.
Thank you,
Okay,
Thank you,
sir.
great.
sir.
Thank you, Team Arnima, and thank you, jury members. Our next
Thank you.
presentation is from Team Renovo, and they call themselves as Team Renew. And they are the winner of the Educational Building Division. So let's do a quick AV check for the presenters. So we have Ishika and Kiranjot here. Yeah, let's say
Hi.
something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Yes, great. Thank you. Yeah, team, you can share your screen and go in a presentation mode. All right. So you have 5 minutes, and at the fourth minute, I will signal you. So all the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Renovo, and we present to you our sustainable design solution for academic block Tribhuvan University. Located southwest of Kathmandu city in Kirtipur district, our site is a medical research institute which is connected directly to the main hospital block, which is present in the vicinity of the Bagmati river along the ring road. The design is of the academic block, which is part of the master plan for the new extension to the Tribhuvan University campus. For this project, our aim was to have a comprehensive design which incorporated the principles like passive design, biophilia, user safety, and security. The design of the academic block was fundamentally centered on the segregation of occupants. Vertically, the building is divided into two zones, academic zone and the administrative zone. After analyzing the contours on the site, we identified the buildable area on the site. An arrival plaza was designed by creating an insertion into the build form. A similar insertion from the back to visually let in the landscape was also introduced. Lastly, an atrium was scooped out to have light and ventilation blend into the interiors. The atrium acts as a recreational space for students. To provide maximum filtration naturally, we have used strategies like green barriers on facades, using native species, increasing the quality of fresh air supply using terrace gardens with a DOAS system, and also plantation of plants encouraging dehumidification and producing oxygen in the atrium. The ducting system has been laid out in a way to provide suitable air pressure, velocity, and temperatures in their spaces. Also media filters have been incorporated into them. A detailed climatic analysis was done. 26.7% of the Rs were comfortable and can suffice with ceiling fans and natural ventilation, and the other Rs are majorly cold, cold and humid, or humid, making us realize the need for an HVAC catering to heating and dehumidification. The proposed system for our institutional building is a combination of ground source heat pump along with a DOAS system, which is the dedicated outdoor air system. While the ground source heat pump takes care of the latent heat load, the DOAS takes care of the sensible heat load. They work parallelly to take on a load of Kathmandu's cold and humid climate. The plotted graphs show the temperatures achieved with or without HVAC using simulation. We notice most operative hours lie within the comfort band, proving the achievement of comfort within the build form. Through multiple iterations and simulations, we see that incorporating passive strategies, enhancing the building envelope, and incorporating our proposed HVAC system, a reduction of 68% in heating loads and 84% in cooling loads of the building. Nepal has a humid climate for 50% of the year and heavy rainfall during the monsoon months. Considering these climatic factors, we opted for a terracotta ventilated facade system. Following the standard steps provided in the ECVC 2017, and with the help of Design Builder, we have analyzed the daylighting factor for our building. Here we can see the overall UDI maps of our building. The area in the black, which is undesirable, has been reduced in the proposed case by incorporating all the passive strategies and reducing the window wall ratio. Quantizing the daylighting factor according to the UDI maps above, an increase of 23% has been achieved, thus achieving the ECVC plus rating for our proposed case. After all the simulations for a final energy consumption comparison between the base case and the proposed case was done, overall there was a 25% decrease in energy consumption. The goal to develop a net zero water building was achieved thanks to the abundant rainfall in Kathmandu, Nepal. Water for domestic use was collected from the roof surfaces and hardscapes. After an analysis of drainage and contours, a location to the south of the academic block was identified and proposed to be built as an artificial pond. The harvested rainwater is filtered and stored on campus for daily potable use. The grey water generated through domestic use is recycled for use in irrigation. Black water is treated and then used for irrigation. To conclude, for water positivity, the final numbers are as presented. For resilience, we looked into various risks related to the site and surrounding, which included earthquakes, cyclones, heavy rainfalls, fire safety, pollution, public health hazards, and water and energy sufficiency. For innovation, we used several innovative techniques like material recovery facility, a biosolar roof system, a lab monitoring system. Moving on to scalability, Kirtipur does not have a proper waste management system, so we can expand the MRF system on a community level so that the pressure on the landfills decreases. Another opportunity can be seen in the LMS system with the increase in pollution levels and the budget for infrastructure budget for infrastructure development increases, we can expand this monitoring system to a building scale or a campus level as well. The cost of construction for the proposed design is 513 million NPR, which is almost 44 million NPR more than the baseline. The increase in cost can be justified with life cycle cost. The life cycle cost of the proposed design over a period of 10 years is decreased to almost 25%, which means we are able to save 275 million NPR over a period of 10 years. We would like to conclude our presentation by acknowledging everyone involved in our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Renovo. Let's hear from the jury now. So, to all the jury members, if you have any questions or comments, please do.
The presentation is excellent. Excellent presentation. See, one point, 25% power saving, something you mentioned in between. Okay, so can you convert to watt per square feet? Anything you just it is there? What is the watt per square feet you calculated for that academic block in the power, electrical power, watt per square feet?
So, do you want to know the energy consumption per square feet or the rate of electricity per square?
No, no, not energy consumption. This one in the design, you mentioned that 25% saving is there in the design. Okay,
Yes, sir.
watt per square feet. Anything you calculated?
The rate per square feet.
Watt.
No. EPI basically. How many
Oh,
kilowatts per?
okay. Okay, so on the bottom you can see that in the base case we were getting 50 kilowatt hour per square meter per year, but
Okay.
after energy efficient fixtures and all of the measures that we took, we were able to get it down to 37.5.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments from other jury members? All right, so thank you, Team Renovo. We'll move on to the last presentation from Team Sukhibawa, the winner of the multi-family housing division. So we have Moses and Abhinav from Team Sukhibawa. Let's do a quick AV check for our presenters here. Yeah, so Moses and Abhinava, can you say something?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Okay. Moses, can you say something?
Hello, am I audible?
Okay, you're audible but not very clear. Can you
Yeah.
say it louder?
Hello? Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, great. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so you can share your screen now and go in the presentation mode.
yes. You can see my screen now.
Okay. Right, you can see your screen now. Great. So you have 5 minutes, and at the
Yes,
fourth minute, I will signal you. So all the best.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mojesh and myself, Abhinav, are here today to present our work on behalf of our team, Suki Baba. Our project partner has provided us with the opportunity to work on a 20-story high-rise residential apartment with 80 dwellings titled Pragya 2. Coming to the location of the project, it is located in Gift City, Gujarat, which falls under hot and dry climate zone and a seismic zone 3 with winds predominantly from southwest and west regions. The site is located at Block 16E of 1.18 acres. The water body named Samruddhi Sarovar is situated right opposite to the site, and Tapas Udyan, the city's green garden, is onto the northeast, which were taken as an advantage through the design process. Next, as a Gift City is a greenfield project, it is well planned. Majority of the stakeholders for our project will be the working employees in the city, and the targeted user groups for the project are MIGs and upper MIGs. Architectural features. Architectural features incorporated at micro and macro levels are universal design by providing ramp access, avoiding pedestrian vehicular collision, privacy between occupants, comfortable living, providing panoramic views to the occupants onto the city on the north and water body onto the south, and a villa-like experience to the users. Zoning. The zoning of the flats has been done considering all the contextual aspects as well as the user experience. An example of a 3 BHK unit is taken here to understand the spaces. An open floor plate has been made so that even the guests can easily move around and take a look at the beautiful views so that it is not limited to the family itself. The living areas have been made glare-free where they could enjoy their mornings with pleasant views overlooking the garden and the Tapas Udyan. The utility and the service spaces are oriented towards the southwest, acting as barriers to excess heat gain. Workspaces. A provision for dedicated workspace has been integrated within the bedrooms to maintain healthy connections with your co-workers as well as your family. Moving on to the floor plans, two 3 BHK units are placed on both ends of the floor plate for both odd and even floors. The two 2 BHK units are placed in the middle on the odd floor plate, which are replaced by 4 BHK and 1 BHK units on the even floor plate. Next, the facade of Pragya 2. The facade is designed in an aesthetically pleasing way, breaking the rigid geometry in order to attain the dynamic character to the form. Next. So these are the views that I was talking about earlier. The glare-free balconies onto the north with a view towards the city, and shaded balconies onto the south with a view towards the water body. Next, innovation. A tensile canopy has been designed to protect the living areas from the summer sun. The data inputs for the simulations are during the months of April to June between 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And this is the view of the canopy. Next, water pressure systems. Since it is a high-rise building, dual mechanism water equalization system is used to maintain a fixed water pressure across the entire building. Next, invisible grills. These grills are provided in the balconies to provide safety and unobstructed views for the occupants. Next, health and well-being. As per research, green spaces help health in various ways. Even viewing scenes of nature could have a positive impact on the individuals. It not only improves your emotional well-being, but it also benefits your physical health. And who wouldn't aspire to live in such a home? So, move into your new neighborhood, we would say. Next, envelope specifications. These are the envelope specifications we have used for the walls, windows, roofs. Coming to the windows, though we could have gone with the higher insulation glass under about 1 watt per meter square Kelvin, we chose the ones with the standard value of 1.63, which aids in reducing the cost. Net zero achievements. We were able to achieve an EPA of 26.11 kilowatt hour per year per meter square through passive strategies, envelope optimization, and energy efficient equipment. A net positive energy is achieved through solar PV system on site. A 45% reduction in the LPD is achieved through low flow fixtures and water efficient appliances. And we followed the triple R strategy, reduce, recharge, and reuse to achieve efficient water performance. Coming to the solid waste disposal, we have used GIFT's automated collection and transportation system of solid waste. Affordability. Slender beams and columns are used as a chosen structural system. This function expands the flat's carpet area, and all the electrical fixtures are concealed into the slab, thus making the ceiling unnecessary for functional purpose. This gives the occupant the option of lowering the ceiling costs while commissioning the interiors of the flat. In addition, because these columns are hidden in the wall, the brickwork is reduced, which results in 30% saving. 32 mm dia bars are used in the lower structure's columns, and as the structure progresses to higher floors, 16 mm dia bars are employed. Hence, the concept of column reduction will be used. This method helps to reduce the steel cost exponentially. Our energy strategies have aided in cutting down the operational cost. Scalability. Because the structural grid remains constant, if the program requirements change after the project is started, for example, if the demand for 1 BHK units exceeds 2 BHK units, the even floors program can be reduced and the odd floors program can be increased during the primary construction stage based on market conditions with minor design changes. Because the levels are repeated on odd and even floors with the same structural skeleton, it helps in saving time and money. And thank you. And we would like, lastly but not the least, we would like to thank Solar Decathlon India and our project partner Savvy for providing us with the opportunity to work on a real life project.
Thank you, Team Sukhibawa. That was a great presentation. So let's hear from the jury now. So, jury members, please provide comments or you can ask questions to Team Sukhibawa now.
What kind of air conditioning system have you guys used? I couldn't really get a handle on that.
So as per the simulations that we have done, so there isn't much requirement for the air conditioning systems, but keeping the future climate conditions on mind, like we have provided provision for like split AC systems in the bedrooms, so that the mixed mode of operation could happen between ACs and the mechanical fan cooling.
Okay, so in this design, you are basically achieving entire cooling through passive means.
Passive, and we did consider the air conditioning loads for our energy calculations.
Is there in your presentation, you have mentioned waste management system. Is there a specific waste management system planned for the GIFT city as a whole?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, like the waste is collected from our apartment and then it is like dumped into the chute system, which is provided by the GIFT city. And it is being transported to the GIFT city's treatment plant through vacuum suction.
And there's an energy generation from waste?
No.
No. Okay.
I have a question. Team Sukhibawa, I just want to know more about that canopy, what you have shown. The canopy is going to cover the top 3 floors or 4 floors. How it is?
Because it is like shading the regions onto the northern side. So throughout the year, there will be self-shading of the building, which is happening. And only during the peak summer months, like this canopy would be helpful. And because it is like slightly inclined onto the north, like till the mid floors, like this canopy would be shading them. And for the remaining floors, there is these green garden spaces, which is going to help in maintaining the thermal comfort indoors.
Good.
All right. So, thank you, Team Sukhibawa. That was a great presentation. Congratulations to all the winners. Well, so people, you have now seen the grand presentations to the grand jury. Now we take a short tea break and the jury will decide which team's pitch was the most convincing. And after the break, we will hear the results and don't bite off your nails. See you soon. Hello, decathletes. Solar Decathlon India is one of the 7 solar decathlons around the world. Becoming an alumni of Solar Decathlon India is special also because you become part of the global Solar Decathlon alumni community. Solar Decathlon India has been set up under a collaboration with the US Department of Energy, and today among us we have a special guest representing the US government. I would like to invite Dr. Satish Kumar, the President and Executive Director of AEEE, to introduce our special guest, Veena Reddy. Dr. Satish Kumar, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute. Okay, you're still inaudible. Yeah, can you unmute yourself?
Shall I go ahead and start? Perhaps he's having a technical issue.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Satish. Thank you, Amanda. So my name is Veena Reddy. I am the mission director for the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, here in New Delhi, India. And it is a pleasure to be here with you on behalf of the U.S. government for Solar Decathlon India's Design Challenge Finals. Let me
Sorry.
first.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was so Veena, sorry for interrupting. Just my fault. So just give me 30 seconds. So so it is my distinct honor to introduce Ms. Veena Reddy. She's the mission director, as she said, the U.S. India, so she's a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, and she arrived in New Delhi in August 2021 to take charge as the new mission director for US Aid India. Ms. Reddy brings with her a rich background in development and diplomacy. She is born in Andhra Pradesh, India, and she's the first Indian American to lead USAID in India and Bhutan. Ms. Reddy has most recently served as USAID's mission director in Cambodia, as USAID's deputy mission director in Haiti, and before that, Ms. Reddy served in Washington, D.C. as an assistant general counsel covering legal matters for USAID programs in Middle East and Afghanistan and Pakistan. Before embarking on a career of federal government service, Ms. Reddy was a corporate attorney in New York, London, and Los Angeles. She holds a doctorate of jurisprudence from Columbia University School of Law and an MA and BA from University of Chicago. Sorry for that IT glitch. Over to you, Ms. Veena Reddy.
No problem. Thank you, Satish ji, and Amanda as well. So let me first congratulate the finalists who have presented their innovative and thoughtful net zero building solutions, and thank the organizers, the judges, and supporters who have brought this year's challenge into fruition. You are working on one of the most important challenges of our time. How can we live full and productive lives, but also reduce our impact on the planet? Countries around the world are in the process of redefining national plans and policies aiming to achieve net zero through a transition to cleaner, non-polluting energy systems, improved energy efficiency, and decarbonization. But these challenges also represent opportunity, including an estimated 14 million jobs created by 2030 from new activities and investments in clean energy, which I'm sure is exciting to students, especially. So through today's challenge, you are all playing an important role in India's net zero future, developing net zero building solutions that are scalable, market ready, and can make real world impact. The United States is proud to have played a small part in the development of this challenge. In 2020, Solar Decathlon India was formed through a partnership between the US Department of Energy and the Indo-US Science Whoops. Sorry, just a second. My notes have gone away with me. So sorry. In 2020, Solar Decathlon India was formed through a partnership between the U.S. Department of Energy and the Indo-U.S. Science and Technology Forum. Notably, it is modeled on the Department of Energy Solar Decathlon, a similar collegiate competition that prepares the next generation of building professionals in the United States to design and build high-performance, low-carbon buildings powered by renewable energy. The Department of Energy is proud to continue to engage with Solar Decathlon India, helping to develop targets for the competition, openly exchanging challenges and best practices, and collaborating on strategies for outreach, capacity building, career development, and mentoring. We are so happy to see alumni of the two programs engaging together at the Alumni Global Meetup to share best practices, innovations, and learn from each other. This year marks the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the United States and India. This relationship has greatly evolved, and today we are partnering to confront some of the world's toughest problems, whether it be threats like COVID-19 or the climate crisis. Together with private sector partners, the United States and India have committed to accelerating the development and deployment of clean energy solutions in the building sector. I'll share just 3 examples of our work together. More than 20 years ago, USAID efforts contributed to the launch of the green building movement in India, which has helped further open the clean energy market in India and helping to catalyze over 1.2 billion square feet of LEED registered green building space in India. Impressively, today, India ranks in the top 3 countries in the world in its number of certified green buildings. Additionally, the United States, through USAID, also supported the establishment of world-class standards such as India's Energy Conservation Building Code, STAR labeling program, and pilot net zero energy building projects. Importantly, for today's challenge, the codes contributed to the first world-class net zero energy facilities in India, including Nalanda University in Bihar and Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, models which are now being scaled by others. USAID also helped to expand energy efficient market, including guidelines for green and energy efficient housing under Prime Minister Modi's flagship program, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or PMI. This collaboration led to the construction of 12,000 green homes in Lucknow, supporting the PMI program's goal of constructing 30 million energy efficient and affordable homes. I was fortunate to visit the site in March, and I hope to see similar projects come to fruition across India. Thanks to the commitment from the Indian government, the private sector, academics, civil society, and students just like you, energy efficient practices have become mainstream in India, serving as an example for the world to follow. As the future energy leaders in the sector, you will all play an important role in India's net zero future. I was thrilled to learn that following last year's challenge, 3 building owners wanted to build finalist designs. What an amazing achievement with real impact. It was amazing to see the Decathlon grow with more than 1,300 students representing 109 institutions across India, working with building owners and developers on projects located in 23 states. For a country as large and diverse as India, this is essential, as the design and solutions that could be appropriate for Kolkata may be very different from those needed in Jaipur or Kerala. Notably, solutions from this challenge address equity and resilience, including construction, worker housing division, and community resilience shelter. It is wonderful to see so many women participants as well. In a field traditionally staffed by men, we hope this directly translates into more women employed in the building sector, as well as gender-sensitive building design. Congratulations again to all of you, all of today's finalists, and to Satish, Prasad, and all of those involved in putting this fantastic event together. And thank you to the judges who have so generously given their time and expertise to this effort. Finalists, Whatever the outcome of today's awards, you have all taken a bold step forward to apply your skills and make it to the finals of Solar Decathlon India. This is an incredible achievement, and you should be very proud. And given that today is Mother's Day, I hope you are all able to take a moment to thank the maternal figures in your lives that have helped contribute to your success. Now, without further ado, let's back to Satish and let's hear the results. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Reddy, for those wonderful remarks, and also by culminating your comments by thanking all of us. I think the role that our moms play in our lives, and also pointing to the gender diversity that Solar Decathlon India program has been able to inculcate. Without further ado, I am going to hand it back to, I don't know, Amanda or Prasad to take it forward. We are all very eagerly waiting for the announcement of the winners here.
Right. So, the final awards presentation is over. And now let's look at the winning teams now. So, we saw these winning teams tackle some real world problems with innovative solutions. And based on their innovations, our industry jury members have selected some teams for climate launchpads, green business incubation. So let's bring in Alok Deshmukh and see who has been selected. Over to you, Alok.
Thanks, Amanda. So, as Amanda mentioned, jurors from the divisions that wore the industry or the manufacturer hats in consultation with their fellow jurors determined which team should get a lateral entry into Climate Launchpad's business incubation program. Climate Launchpad is the world's largest green business ideas competition. So these were teams that did particularly well in the innovation and the scalability and market potential contest of this competition. We saw a lot of innovative solutions from the teams, from mobile apps with e-user guides and ongoing performance feedback for users, to radiant heating using biogas, noise absorbing panels, solar water desalination, bamboo charcoal water filters. So without further ado, I will just announce from each of the divisions the teams that have been chosen for a lateral entry into Climate Launchpad from Solar Decathlon India. So from single family housing, this was determined by Shelley from Saint Gobain in consultation with her fellow jurors. RV Innovative and Arnima will be the teams that go to Climate Launchpad. From construction worker housing, Isaac from Covestro has nominated on the behalf of his jury panel Nexa and Javelin. From multifamily housing division, Dheeraj from Carrier has nominated on the behalf of his jury panel C negative. And from the educational building, Shriti from Structure on behalf of her jury panel has nominated Venturis and Renovo. From the office building division, Madhusudan from Urja has nominated in consultation with his fellow jurors EcoCult. And finally, from Community Resilience Shelter, I, along with my fellow jurors, are nominating Shunyam and Tejasvi. I want to end by encouraging each and every one of the participants from all participating teams to look up Climate Launchpad. And if you have an innovation or a construction assembly or a business model innovation that you think merits scale while solving a real world climate problem, please do apply independently to Climate Launchpad.
Okay, so congratulations, teams, to all the teams who got selected for the Climate Launchpad incubation. Now for the movie awards. This year, we have 4 members who evaluated the movie submissions, and Chandrasekhar will now announce the movie awards.
Thank you, Amanda. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. It's indeed been great. I could see that wonderful contribution by the Solar Decathlon, and they have brought up really the young professionals, engineering students, architects who are really the people who will take forward the building industry in a very big way. They have given them 5 categories, and they've given them 10 thematic missions which they can achieve it. It's so nice to see that all together they are brought about so much very good to that our mission of the Prime Minister, which is the net zero emissions by 2070, we can take it forward in a very large way. So that wonderful work has been done by these people, and I'm very happy to see that everybody here have done a wonderful job of presenting the movies in a very nice and beautiful manner, which impressed me a lot. I am sure all of this will be the baby steps for us to proceed forward and then make the planet a very worthy, sustainable living space. That's what I'm looking for with all these solutions, and I'm greatly impressed by the way these people have worked. Uh, Over to you, Amita. You want me to announce it right away?
Yes.
I thought I'll keep the suspense lingering for quite some more time.
Okay.
Because it was a tough choice by the juries. It was not so easy for the juries. Um, there were 34 entries which we had to go through, and of course the time given for this movie was about 3 minutes for each of the participant to present their case, which is too short a time. I do agree. In 3 minutes, it is very difficult, but then a visual way of presenting. Why 3 minutes? Even in 1 minute, you can give what you want to give, and that's what all these people have achieved. So I would right away going announcing the jury according to the juries, according to all of us. And I will tell you, every one of you were very, very close. And probably, half a point here and there would have tilted the scale for someone else. But then I can't declare everybody as a winner. I have to declare one person as a winner. Unfortunately, I have uh, the trouble, or I can say that I have the pleasure of doing that work of announcing. And so the winner for the jury award for the best movie award goes to team Arnima. Team Arnima. My congratulations to Team Arnima. It is from the Brick School of Architecture. Their partner institute is the Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering. The faculty lead is Professor Vinita Lula, and the project partner is Asim Foundation. Once again, it's a great work done by all of you people, and I really, wonder how you people can come about and come with such great ideas. Some of the ideas which impressed me a lot in by this team was that the team was giving living for all. It was talking about the thermal comfort. It was talking about the water issues. It was talking about renewable energy. It was talking about the resilience strategies, net zero achievement, probably even going beyond that. And it was also talking about unpredictable nature and what can be done for solutions with unpredictable nature is there. So that was a wonderful contribution from this team, and probably that half a point I was mentioning more probably was scored by when they addressed everything together. So congratulations once again to Team Arnima. We have one more award. Shall I announce that also?
Yes.
Okay. So there is all of this, and this is the jury's way of looking at it in a very big way. But if you really look at it, there is another award which is called the People's Choice Movie Award. So all of you have, many of you rather would have gone through the various movies which was created by the various teams, and all of these things together makes it a wonderful thing. That is where I can say that the beauty of all these things comes about how each and every individual views each and everything, and what kind of support is there from the people for the teams is also there. So this is a good way which Solar Decathlon has come up, and so the People's Choice Movie Award goes to team Mm, I have to see 34 names, and then come up with the name of the team. Okay, the team name goes to Team Inferno. Team Inferno is represented from the Balwant Sheth School of Architecture. Their partner institute is Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College, Aurangabad. The faculty lead is Professor Shriya Bhatia, and the project partner is Harasid Projects. Once again, real congratulations to everybody. Real congratulations to the winner. And it is a great platform for you all who have showcased wonderful solutions. I have shared my views with the Solar Decathlon director, how we can and we should look forward to use these themes and solutions which you have talked about. And that's the real way. If we can put these solutions to practice, we will find a way for that, and that's what we will do. And we will go forward, look into how these things can be looked into. Congratulations once again, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause for all the teams who won the movie awards. And a big thank you to the jury members for their thorough evaluation and observations. So, behind each of these teams that did well, there are those passionate faculty mentors. This year, our 99 participating teams had a total of 190 faculty mentors. Today, we announce the Outstanding Faculty Award to recognize the efforts of these mentors. To announce these prestigious award, we have Dr. Saket Saraf, who is on the group of advisors for Solar Decathlon India. Over to you, Saket. Saket, I think you're on mute, so we are unable to hear you. Your voice is not audible, Saket. Yeah, Saket, can you say something? Okay, still not audible. Okay. Uh, Saket, do you want to join and then rejoin? So we go with the next award session? Sure, yeah. So we'll take a quick 2 minutes or 1 minute break and then we'll be back. Okay, we are back. Sorry for the inconvenience. We were having some technical issue. So let's do a AV check for Saket.
Audible?
Yes, great. Yeah,
Great,
it is
great.
audible.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But
I'm
Saket,
logging
I
in
think
from my
there is
phone.
okay. I can hear some echo. Because are you playing some YouTube video as well behind?
No. Let me see if I've logged out from laptop.
Okay.
Maybe. Is it better now?
Okay. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, no echo.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll continue then. Yeah. So over to Saket.
Hello everyone. I'm audible now. Sorry for the glitch. I hope all of you are enjoying every minute of the last two days this fascinating event. It's culmination of a very hard work by wonderful set of students. I now welcome you to a very special award, Standing Faculty Award. This is something which is very, very close to my heart. It is dedicated to all those who are the backbone of the competition. To quote once, faculty members did not nurture the team, but created a new climate leader. We are all eagerly looking forward. Those who have actually mentored teams in past, they know how damaging and it can be, especially during the current pandemic. That right? These faculty mentors devise innovative ways to overcome many of these unique challenges, showed deep empathy, and kept the team motivated as they struggled through academic, professional, and challenges. Our selection process was three pronged. First we the mentors a series of questions about their perception of how they went about mentoring the team. We asked them on how they created and sustained the disciplinary environment which was crucial for the team's success. We asked what was the ways they employed to understand the team and the students' unique needs, their challenging experience, and how they respond. And finally, ask them about their broader vision of climate education. We then triangulate response from student experiences. The students to give us anecdote evidences of how their faculty demonstrated organizational skills, showed respect for diversity, initiatives to bring on additional resources, demonstrated listening skills, and their ability to provide constructive feedback, and how they made this competition meaningful and useful to each and every member of the team. And then we also asked the faculty's head of the department or the dean of the school to share opinion on how faculty mentor embed the competition in the curriculum, along with the curriculum, the value that they added not only to the students but to the uh, University School of Architecture itself. Okay. So in that background, uh, we got many responses, and we came across truly inspiring and very, very hardworking faculty mentors. Out of the we came across few out. Okay, all the nomination, student feedback, and the statement submitted by themselves. At this moment, I take the liberty to announce two special mentions. It was a real decision for us, so we decided I decided to call out two special mentions and requesting team to kind of award them a special mention certificate if possible. And these two outstanding faculty mentors who I think deserve the special mentions are Professor Shomi from Nitya Institute of Architecture, Bangalore, and Dr. Asad Sahir from Roper. This is a big round of applause for these two special mentions from my side for being a great faculty mentor. Now coming to the main the truly outstanding faculty mentor for the year 2021. I will take one more minute before I announce the name. I would read out what had to say about this outstanding faculty mentor. The student epitomized values of independence, diversity, and respect. Right? These are the words that I have selected from the responses of the students. And two quotes finally your decision. I will quote them now. खूबसूरत है मंजिल से भी. The journey is more beautiful than the destination. And the motto that helped students sail through the competition are opportunities. And these are I'm just quoting what the students about the mentor, which really helped them sail through the competition. So without much further ado, I call upon the outstanding faculty mentor for Solar Decathlon India 2021, Professor Abu Talha Faruqi, from the team, the builders from Jindal School of Art and Architecture, OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat. His application as well as students' feedback on mentor volume of the kind of support, guidance, and inspiration he has provided. So I now request Professor Abu to come forward and share a few words of wisdom with all of us. Over to you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Saket. I hope I'm audible. Can you confirm if my voice is?
Yes, Professor Abu, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hi. Hello, everybody. Well, I feel truly honored getting this outstanding faculty award for the Solar Decathlon India 2021-22 challenge. I would say a lot of thanks are due. First of all, the entire student team of the builders, especially the student lead Saksham Khetwani, and also I would like to thank especially the design team of the builders. A very special thanks to our project partner and the Hamara school team, Dr. Shadab, Ms. Wajiha Khan, and Professor Faraz for sort of giving us this opportunity and for a very sustained and a very enthusiastic engagement with us. I'm also thankful to our faculty advisors, Professor Saurav Banerjee, who actually was the initiator of this team, and Professor Samrudh Dikshit. My special thanks also to industry partners, my colleague and dear friend Mudassir Khan from Metacity, Akshay Goyal from Architron, SMH Adil from Geet Simulation, and Gaurav Shori from Sai Energy. I also thank the Jindal School of Art and Architecture and OP Jindal Global University for supporting us throughout. I would say that looking back at the last 8 months, it has been a long time. It has been a very contentful closure, and I've realized that belief in this ecological design, environmental design, sustainable design, net zero, and teaching is sort of tested many a times. Even though I'm very passionate about all of these things, and I've been teaching and propagating this for a decade now in schools as an ACBC master trainer across the country, still many a times this belief goes away, and bouts of absurdism or some kind of skepticism takes over, especially when you see the madness and the chaos around, right? But one good thing is this, that when you see the students and when you see their amazing professional growth as well as sensitization, that belief sort of comes back, and so that's actually a very good takeaway, I would say. I am very lucky, extremely grateful to have wonderful colleagues at our school, JSAA. And a lot of our pedagogy is actually responsible for this. It's very explicit, where we are almost sort of creating some kind of a gharana of architecture and design education through practice and through mimicry. And so, in this regard, my special gratitude to my colleague and kind of my ustad and the executive dean of JSAA, Professor Joydeep Chatterjee, for his mentorship as a player coach. And I think that learning to deal with real conditions, real people, and imminent challenges have really helped us, and I think that is the way forward for architecture students, design students, built environment students, as well as the faculty who are sort of guiding them. I would say that for this Solar Decathlon India contest, patience and perseverance are very much required. A very relentless attitude is required because it's a long time, almost 8 months, and it's not very easy to sustain the passion. So I think that is also something which is really required, and I'm thankful to my team for the support and for sort of helping me sort of maybe sustain. I don't know how much I was able to sustain it, but yes, all thanks are to the team. Finally, I would like to thank my wife Mariam Zakia, who is also an architect and a sustainable design consultant. We sort of started this journey of sustainable environmental design together, and because of my busyness with the team, she had to bear a lot. I was extremely occupied, so thank you, Mariam, for bearing with me. Yeah, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abu. Sorry. Thank you, Abu. We hope you continue your association with teacher and continue to mentor teams the same zeal and enthusiasm. Over to you, Amanda. Sorry.
Thank you, Sakid, and congratulations, Professor Abu, once again. Your mentorship to the students has been truly outstanding, and also Professor Asad and Professor Shomik. Over the last few months, our team has witnessed the kind of support and guidance and inspiration you have provided to your students. So, thank you. And finally, we get to find out the grand prize winner. So, to announce the grand prize, we have Harlin Oberoi, Senior Vice President at Tata Realty, who was on the grand jury. And we also have, we would like Prasad to introduce, Prasad has introduced Harlin earlier today. And with Harlin, we also have Ashok Pilal, who we all know as a visionary teacher and leading practitioner of sustainability. So Ashok is also on the supervisory group of Solar Decathlon India, and he has guided the development of this challenge since its inception. The on-site construction worker housing division that was added this year was actually Ashok's brainchild. So over to you, Harlin and Ashok.
Well, thank you, Amanda. And what an amazing journey this has been. And our group of jurors who had to choose the winner had a very interesting discussion. They went through all the projects one by one, looking at the pros and the cons, and coming to a balance sheet, let us say, uh, which gave them the clear indication of which one it is going to be. And very interestingly, there had to be discussion at the end to choose between two serious contenders. And it was all very rational, very well thought through, and eventually we reached a good consensus. So, Harleen, the winner is. You tell
That's
us.
the winner after so much of a hard work. I'm really glad to announce, and the winner is Team EcoCult. Congratulations to the lead institution, RV College of Architecture, as well as the RV College of Engineering and their project partner, Team Global Logistics. Well done.
So, there we are. Are they going to say something? Are they going to tell us that they're happy or what?
Thank you, Ashok and Harlin. Thank you so much for making this announcement. And congratulations, all you guys. We will arrange to send you the trophies and prizes soon. Promise. With that, over to you, Prasad.
Amanda, I think we are going to have Ashok and Harleen give a little discussion about what they thought of this specific entry. Is that possible, Ashok?
We can do that.
Yeah,
We can do that.
can you talk about this?
I would like Harleen to lead the point because I was only there witnessing the discussion. It was Harleen and the other
I was
co-jurors who were doing the thinking. So, Harleen, go
I
ahead.
was, it was a very difficult choice. And for the sheer nature that all these entries come from very diverse projects and backgrounds. And in fact, we were to make one choice. Otherwise, I would have proposed, one in each category. because all of them really contributed, did their homework very well. The facts and figures were presented well, and some of these solutions really are, very implementable. However, having said that, maybe a bit of bias I carry in mind, because we are a real estate development company which majorly into doing IT and commercial buildings and as well as housing also. So while some of them may not have been relevant, but I, for that matter, have a good. If we do this in and out, so the commercial project proposal which was proposed by EcoCult brought out some very enterprising, technologies which can be implemented, which are very refreshed. For example, the conversion of those noise absorbing tiles, and of this project of this stature, while the solar may not be able to fulfill the complete energy requirement, replacing, the balance is being made out by the noise. Similarly, the element of passive cooling, through the terracotta tiles. Now, that's a well thought of use of building material and technology. It really brings a very refreshing perspective to the whole development, and the end users really benefit and enjoy the building, the occupants. So these were, and also the numbers, the fact presented, achieving how they're going to be net zero, were very convincing case, and something which is achievable. So on a first hand calculation, or it really seemed a very convincing case that this is all doable. So again, the thought was that, will I bank my money on doing this project? Yes, it makes sense, it can be done, and it really is, it can stand testimony to the facts presented.
Wonderful to hear that. Wonderful to hear that. Ashok, you want to add something here?
Well, that's a small but significant point. Um, what I can see is that if you have a 4-story or 5-story high office building where you want to give adequate comfort according to the IMAC comfort range, even in Chennai, the energy that you can produce on the rooftop and a little bit of supplementary energy that you can pick up from the noise of the street, etc., makes the 4-story building net zero. It's a great lesson for me. I tell you, it tells me that we have a model for what you might call solar cities. Buildings whose roof can produce the energy needed for good performance and comfort below them. If you can do it for offices, you can do it for homes, you can do it for schools. So it's a really fantastic indicator with a great message.
Fantastic. Congratulations, team. Wonderful. It's really good to hear both from Harleen and Ashok how your project is scalable and the kind of issues it addresses. So fantastic. I don't know if if we'll be able to have a team lead come up here. Amanda, is that a possibility to have one of the team lead of the grand winner come up and say a few words?
I don't think so, Prasad. That might not. It might be difficult right now. Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I guess it's time for a wrap up for Solar Decathlon India's year here. This was the second year of Solar Decathlon India. And really, these are the participants who are going to be our young leaders. They want to and can change the world. You all have seen the kinds of presentations that they have done, the passion that they had, and the clarity with which they presented their work. So my hats off to you guys, the participants. You are the stars over here. On behalf of the organizers, as well as on a personal note, I want to thank our supporters, affiliates, jury members, reviewers, advisors, the technical resource group members, the supervisory group, our colleagues from IIHS and AEEE, And again, hats off to a truly exceptional core team of organizers that puts the students and the faculty before their sleep, their meals, and who lived and breathed this for a second year in a row. It's truly been an amazing learning experience for all of us. Going forward, I hope that it continues to be that way. And really, for you, the participants, which is the students, faculty, the industry partners, and the project partners, this is now a large community of people. We started off with 900 or so students last year. We had about 1,300 this year. We've got faculty mentors, we've got project partners, industry partners, and all the professionals who are involved through the mentorship. We've tried to list everyone in our credits video who's been contributing and participating in Solar Decathlon India, and it's a huge list. If you haven't been able to see it during the breaks, look for it on our YouTube channel. You'll see it there soon. In there, you'll likely see your own name, the name of someone you know, or the name of an institution or organization that you're already close to or you're a part of. So this is your community now. Own it. As Solar Decathlon India alumni, you are also part of a global community of people who know what it's about. Net zero buildings, that's what it's about. You have shown your project partners net zero solutions proposed for homes, schools, colleges, offices, and community centers, community shelters that can all be net zero. Some of these solutions are worthy of taking forward. Do that. We had jury members in one of the divisions that I was attending yesterday who were interested in investing their own money into some of these projects. And that's the kind of work that you guys are doing. You've put in a lot of effort. Let's make it count. Our team at Solar Decathlon India will continue to support you if you want to take it forward with your project partners. We'll figure out how to do it, but we'll do it together. And I know you are eager to get to the internship fair. We have a hall full of organizations that are eager to meet the finalists. You can launch your careers right here. So this was Solar Decathlon India, or SDI 2.0. And now with these moves that are coming up, we will announce SDI 3.0, the 2022-23 challenge. So from here, let's go to it.
Solar Decathlon India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Solar Decathlon India. What's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Is it cool? Is it hot? Is it drool? Is it fat? What's that all about? Real world problems need innovative solutions. If you don't act now, there will be implications. Is it hot? Is it cool? Global warming would be cruel. You will form a team with the same desire. Going for the moonshot, forged by fire. We use technologies and crazy simulations. We learn to design with new innovations. So what you waiting for? No procrastination. Get off your butt, come join our workstation. Solar Decathlon India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? These problems are tough and complex too. Your partners are there to help you get through. This challenge is exhausting, intense, it's a drill. These 10 mad contests will sharpen your skill. Net zero energy, water and stuff, and affordable too, that's crazy enough. Solar Decathlon India, heck it's really tough, but your attitude and grit is more than enough. Get your hands dirty on real world projects. You're gonna learn more than your specialized subjects. Solar Decathlon India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Cutting edge, butting edge, climate wedge, make a pledge. Do it all, save it for a lonely planet after all. Understand, climate friend, take a stand, make a trend. In the end, recommend, your ideas will have to defend. Are you hot? Are you cool? Are you gonna be a fool? Zero heroes are here to stay. So what you waiting for? Come join this play. Net zero building, that's what it's about. Solar Decathlon India, that's what it's about. SDI